we've got under an hour, maybe some 40 minutes of waiting time for that. You can see, of course, that the hall is already beginning to have quite a number of people, except for the table on the dais, which is where Professor Yakubu and his colleagues will be sitting. And hopefully, perhaps, just like we talked about earlier in the day, perhaps by the end of proceedings today, we will have virtually all the results from all the other outstanding states formally received at the INEC Collation Center. And then, of course, Babajide will be able to have his complete figures for the purpose of his statistical analysis. And then, of course, others who are looking for the same results for other reasons will also have them. And then we might have an idea of where this election is taking us. So the visuals there from the National Collation Center in the federal capital.
Ladi, again, for our viewers, we need to be able to let them understand that all this information is at, like you said, at the moment. And again, it's always good to reemphasize some key points. The key points are that out of these 23 states that we have their results, 13 of these states are in northern Nigeria, 10 in southern Nigeria. I'd like to quickly talk about the states that we have the results in northern Nigeria, that the PDP, APC, the Labour Party, and the NNPP have won. First to the states that we've seen the Labour Party win. The Labour Party, based on the results at the state level and national, all the results from INEC, all these results are from INEC. The Labour Party won Nasarawa State. The Labour Party as well won Abuja. Now let's look at the states the APC won in northern Nigeria. The APC has won only 3 states in northern Nigeria: Kwara State, Jigawa State, and Benue. Let's look at the states the PDP has won in northern Nigeria: Kebbi, Yobe, Gombe, Adamawa, Katsina, Sokoto, Bauchi, and Kaduna. That is the situation as of now in northern Nigeria. Let's go to southern Nigeria. In southern Nigeria, the Labour Party has won 4 states: Lagos State, Cross River, Enugu, and Edo. In southern Nigeria, the APC has also won 4 states: Ekiti, Ondo, Ogun, and Oyo. And the PDP has won 2 states: Osun and Bayelsa. In summation, like we emphasized, people want to know who is leading. The APC is leading, a margin of 1.3 million votes, and that is the situation. We still have 13 more states. It's still, again, if you look at the PVCs that have been collected in these 13 states, if you look at the potential voter turnout that could happen within these 13 states, there's still a probability, you might want to call it a possibility, that any of the other horses could still take the lead. That is the fact.
This is where we are at this point with the results, and of course, we must continue to emphasize the fact that so many people are interested in these results, and what we're doing is providing some context and some clarity based on the numbers that we have, and just to re-emphasize the fact that all the results that we put up here, that we analyzed, that Jide crunches the numbers, are all results already released by the Independent National Electoral Commission. So that's very important to note. We take all the stories on all the figures from INEC.
And talking about results, IREV's numbers are up 81,867.
Say that again.
81,867.
Okay, so we're slowly, but possibly by the time Professor Yakubu takes his seat at about midday, we might be hitting the 82,000.
Slowly but surely.
There you have the IREV portal there. So one will want to encourage citizens to go there and check for
your polling units, your results from your polling units, your ward, the total. If you have pictures, you can cross-check. It's available for you.
Yeah.
You can access it.
And as you can see, more and more of them are having red lights, red colors.
Tags, which
beside the blue.
Which means they have
all their...
and sometimes there's even though, as has been said, quite a number of these uploaded results are, sometimes not quite legible, sometimes involve other objects other than the results and so on. But quite a lot of them are actually the results, and they are legible and can be read.
Yeah.
So one cannot overemphasize that.
There's something that we heard from the Commissioner of Police in Rivers State where we went, when he was talking about the fact that some of the issues that were like cyberbullying on the social media has begun to translate to the streets, and that's not very, very pleasant. It's not very pleasant, and it's something that we've been talking about.
We've been talking about it, and because what is now happening is that a lot of what is being said is being fed into the narrative that is making people, come out and take positions. One cannot overemphasize the importance of not following down that path. Professor Adias, who is the scope in River State, has at the moment decided, I'm not doing this anymore because, yesterday there were threats to his life. As Honorable Westy also pointed out, he may not have been responsible for what led to those threats. It may have been either the work of other people and all of that. Indeed, the news is that, he's saying that there were threats to his life. And as I pointed out, the reports were that overnight he spent the time within the INEC Collation Center in Port Harcourt because the security agencies said it was too risky for him to leave there and go anywhere else, even to observe some rest. So he spent, the night there in Port Harcourt and in River State. And perhaps, again, this is just emblematic of some of what may be happening. But before we go any further, perhaps let's take this out of Gusau in Zamfara State, where the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, the APC, has won the presidential election in Zamfara State. I vote 298,396. That's 298,396 votes of all the votes cast. Let's listen into the coalition officer for Zamfara State, the scope, Professor Kashim Shehu of the Federal University of Birnin Kebbi, who announced the results earlier.
Total number of registered voters as collated 1,801,879,308. 1,879,308. Total number of accredited voters as collated 527,137. 527,137 votes. Now, votes according to local government and okay. Now, scores according to party. Party A. Party A scored 101-2. Party AA scored 210. AAC scored 99. ADC 582. ADP 855. APC 298,396. APC 298,396. 496. APGA APGA scored 921. APGA 921. APM 218. APM 218. APP 149. APP 149. BP 44. BP 44. LP 1660. LP 1660. NNPP scored 4044. NNPP 4044. NRM 801. PDP 193978. PDP 193,978 votes. PRP 266. PRP 6266. SDP 81. SDP 81. YPP 355. YPP 355. ZLP 142. 142. Total valid votes. Total valid votes. 502923. Total valid votes 502923. Rejected votes 16508. Rejected votes 16508. Total votes cast 519431. Total vote cast 519431. Thank you for the opportunity to present this before you. Cancellation. Within the course of election process, there were some cancellation. These cancellations are presented as follows. Number of polling units affected, 167. Number of polling units affected, 167. Total number of registered voters for the affected PUs, 102. 182. 013. 182,013. Total number of PVCs collected. Total number of PVCs collected. 174,862. Total number of PVCs collected. 174,862. Thank you for listening.
So stay tuned. Well, we have the results there from Zamfara, which Jide is using, of course, now to update his portal. But before that, let's go back to Port Harcourt in River State and remind you of what happened a couple of moments ago. The state collation officer for the presidential election, Professor Charles Adias, has suspended the further collation of results from the state until further notice. His alleged threats to his life and has insisted that until INEC takes action with respect to those threats, he will not be proceeding any further. Of course, the collation had already commenced and was going on. In fact, there were two results they were expecting from Obiapo local government and from Degema, which incidentally are the local governments from where Governor Nyesom Wike and his deputy, Dr. Ipalibo Harry Benigo, come from, that were being awaited before this latest development. In spite of appeals from everyone, and a stern warning issued by CP Adeoye, Professor Adia stood his ground that that was what was going to happen. Let's listen into CP Adeoye.
In court. I want to request the professor to kindly submit a written complaint to this effect to the Commissioner of Police, River State. Investigation will be launched, and those behind it will be brought to book. I give you my word on that, sir. And while your assignments continue, the Nigeria Police Force guarantees your safety. We will provide adequate security for your movement. We'll provide adequate security for your residents. And whoever is stupid enough to attempt anything will pay with their lives. I give you my word. If you wish, try us. That is my word to those behind this blackmail and threats. They have displayed irresponsible ignorance in blaming the professor for non-functioning of beavers. Do they really know how the system works? And I want to request the professor not to be discouraged and not to be deterred in his commitment to national service. Nationalists before you have faced similar travails, and now you are counted among the legends for putting your life on the line in the service of your country. We salute your courage. We want to request, sir, that in the interest of the nation, you complete this process, because if you don't, the national coalition will be held up. And it can spin the entire presidential election itself into jeopardy. It is on this note, sir, that I plead that you kindly complete this process while we guarantee your safety, even after the whole election is over. I urge you kindly reconsider, sir.
Any further comments from?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Omangma Harian, Chairman and Coalition Officer for Young Progressive Party, and also the Secretary of River State Interparty Advisory Council. As political party leaders, sir, we condemn in totality the threat to your life. We've been in this hall with you for the past 3 days, and we can attest, one, to your simplicity and the way you handle matter. You have been so neutral in all of this. But fine, we want to, whilst we condemn the appeal to you, what's the need? Been here all these days, the night and all that, and we cannot conclude this process. Now you too, you will not be satisfied. You will not be satisfied. You will not be pleased. Yeah, we know you are, but we know that the Nigerian police force will be up to their duty to ensure that you are safe, because they are saddled with the protection of lives and property. That reconsider, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any further comments, please?
Well, my name is Barrister Kingsley Chukwu, State Collection Agent for PDP. You'll recall that yesterday I did commend the Commission and indeed also commended you, sir. I had to recall my experience from the distribution stage, witnessed distribution, and also witnessed the entire proceedings here since we started collation. So I commended you, entire Commission. Now, we want to plead with you to continue with collation. We've taken 21 LGAs, just remaining 2. We also condemn whatever threats that has been made to your life. We condemn it in totality. And I'm happy the CP has given every assurance. He spoke yesterday to a very big extent. And today he has also repeated to assure you of his readiness to provide the necessary police protection that you need. So I want to plead with you, sir, that since we have taken 21 NGAs, let's complete it, the remaining ones, so that we all go. You are doing this for the sake, for the entire country. That is my humble appeal and submission, sir. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Nenye Kocha. I represent AAC. Sir, I want to make an appeal to you. I want to make an appeal because indeed what you raised is a very sensitive matter, threat to life. But I'll draw your attention to what happened here yesterday. Somebody also was threatened, and the police kind of had to rise up and secure her and brought her to the hall. And then you stabilized everything, and we got through that very ugly incident. So I want to say that in the same fold, you should try and complete the assignment, because this assignment is sensitive. This assignment will affect the nation if it's truncated at this point. We are sure that those who are raising threat to you through anonymous means do not want to be known for what they're doing. So please, sir, do the best you can so we'll have a complete process in Rivers State. Thank you.
Any other comments? And in the absence of further comments, I want to re-emphasize that I still want to adjourn collations. Collations will be adjourned, like I said, until INEC, indeed represented by the REC, because in the assault I've received for the past 3 days, they have failed to recognize the difference between the scope and the REC of Rivers State. When there are crises in polling units, the attack is on my phone and myself that I'm responsible. When beavers fail to function, the attack is equally on my phone that I'm responsible. In fact, I'm responsible for the code errors and the rest of that, or malfunctioning of beavers. And so I believe that if the INEC represented by REC is able to address this misinformation, we can reconsider and convey. But for now, collation is hereby adjourned. Thank you for your time.
Professor Charles Adias, the State Collation Officer for the presidential election in Rivers State. There earlier on today, in fact, just about an hour or so ago, withdrawing from the collation exercise, suspending the exercise until further notice because of threats to his live.
And he did say that, if INEC can address some of the misinformation, then, they can see the process continue and conclude. Well, we have more news coming in on the second, on the hour. The Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, NSCIA, they're cautioning political leaders and actors against making provocative and unguarded statements, which they say could drag the country into unnecessary conflict. While reckless statements from inconsequential individuals can be easily ignored, they're saying this is not so for of those from respected political and religious leaders. Quote, it is important that patriotic and well-meaning Nigerian leaders should support unrelenting adherence to process and procedure in the ongoing electoral process. This is because any inclination to unprocedural decision or action at this critical time is a direct call for anarchy, which will not yield any positive outcome to the nation. While the NSCIA counsels the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to remain undistracted and committed to its duty until it discharges it to its logical conclusion, is asking all Nigerians, particularly Muslims, that no matter the level of provocation from certain quarters, to remain calm and prayerful.
That is coming as if on cue. Very important at this point. Live pictures out of the International Conference Center in Abuja, venue of the National Coalition Center, which we're still keeping our eyes on in Abuja. We expect that the INEC National Chairman and his commissioners will be there at a point in time. There you have it. We're still expecting the commencement of proceedings there. Our eyes are still there. And once that begins to happen, or once that's set to happen, we will let you know.
It's 7 minutes to what?
7 minutes
now.
6 minutes to so perhaps we've got a couple of minutes to allow you to update us on what we're having. I see that the horses have changed position. The horse that was in the lead is still in the lead, but it's moved further ahead. What's the situation?
Larry, there are three ways to look at this situation. The first is to look at what is going on in the states. The second is to look at what's going on in the regions. And the third is what do the numbers mean? The first, the state perspective. As at this moment, we have 24 results out of 36, 24 including Abuja out of 36. The NNPP has won 1 state. The Labour Party has won 5 states. The APC has won 8 states. The PDP has won 10 states, just on the state-by-state perspective. Let's look at what is going on the regional perspective. In the North Central, we are still expecting 3 results out of the 6 states. We're expecting results from Plateau State, Niger State, and Kogi State. In the Northeast, we're expecting 2 more results out of the 6 results from the Northeast. We're expecting results from Borno and Taraba States. In the Southeast, we're expecting 4 results out of 5. We're expecting results from Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, and Imo States. And in the South-South, we are still expecting 3 results out of the 6 states. We're expecting results from Rivers, Delta, and Akwa Ibom. Millicent, there are 2 zones that we've gotten complete results from: the Northwest Ayo and the Southwest. Why are these 2 zones important? For 2 reasons. The first is the Northwest has the highest number of PVCs in Nigeria, 21 million, and we've gotten all results from the Northwest. Second, we have all the results from the Southwest. Why is this important? The Southwest is the second region that has the second highest total number of permanent voter cards, 15 million. And now we have all the results from the Southwest. Now you might want to ask, who won the Northwest? Who won the Southwest? From the results from INEC, the APC in the Northwest had 2.6 million votes, the PDP 2.3 million votes. In simple terms, the APC has won the Northwest. In the Southwest, the APC 9.3 million votes, the PDP 941,000 votes. In simple terms, the APC has won the Southwest. The third and most important point, What do all these regions and states and all these statistics means? It means based on the 24 states we have the results, the APC is close to the 7 million mark, 6.8 million votes. The PDP, second, distant second right now, 5.3 million votes. The Labour Party, 3.1 million votes, and the NNPP, 1.4 million votes. For viewers at home, what do all these mean? It simply means the APC is in the lead with a margin over the PDP with 1.5 million votes. But again, we're still expecting 12 more states. That is the situation at the moment. All the results from the Northwest, we've seen a winner. All the results from the Southwest, we've seen a winner. We're expecting 12 more states. However, the APC has a margin of lead over the PDP of approximately 1.5 million votes. The question is, will the PDP be able to catch up in these 12 states? Will the Labour Party be able to catch up in these 12 states? Will the NNPP be able to pull surprises in these 12 states? Hopefully, we'll find out before the end of today.
Indeed.
Definitely, we will find out. Hopefully, who will win? I guess we most certainly will, as soon as the National Coalition Center opens formally. Information that now this is hopefully information available to us says that the floor will open again
At noon.
At noon, and that's 2 minutes
so
away.
that's about 2 minutes or so. So we're counting down to that. We're expecting them any moment from now. But Gina is giving us quite a lot of food for thought. So, I mean, these are results as announced by INEC. Never mind all the discussions we had earlier in the day about process and all of that. These are results that INEC has given us. So, again, one expects that many of the states, because that's something that we also need to emphasize, many of the states that we have results from, they've been announced at the level of the states. The officers there now have to carry those same results and head for this National Coalition Center in Abuja. So in the course of today, many of the states whose results were announced overnight and in the course of this morning will now be making their way towards the National Coalition Center in Abuja to join the queue of states to make presentations to the national chairman of INEC, who is the chief returning officer for the presidential election. So that needs to be separated. The results we have been announced at the state level, but they still need to be submitted at the federal level, if you like, at the National Coalition Center for the purposes of receipt and possible review before a final declaration is made at this point in time. But there you still have it, the live pictures from the National Coalition Center, which is at the International Conference Center in Abuja. Some activity beginning to show up on the days. I don't know how much of activity that is. A test of microphones and so on, possibly as officials cross the T's and dot the I's ahead of the formal start.
It'll also be good to for INEC to take some of the counsel that our guests have put forward this morning so far, talking along the line of calming tensions, calming people's tempers, and generally saying, look, guys, we need to keep Nigeria united. We need to keep Nigeria peaceful so that we can have faith enough for progress.
And Ayo, do you think there was sort of a foresight? Because you remember the Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, INEC chairman, had said we would have two centers: one collation proper, the second to address any issues related.
Oh yes,
to the
no, I think it was only sensible, because from Sunday, even from Saturday, we've been having those issues come up. For instance, there are those, some have dug up, the place where he affirmed that the IRF will be populated real time. Unfortunately,
that has not happened.
That has not happened. So he had spoken to that one. He needs to speak to that one to calm all of the nerves. But it's also important, some of the issues that I think Dr. Oluwatola mentioned earlier, that look, the political parties themselves, in the interest of Nigeria, this is not in the interest of any political party and all of that. It's in the interest of Nigeria. This is the only country we have. We have to emphasize that. It's the only country we have. This is the only process for now that we have chosen to select our leaders. Fraud, certainly. Faulty, yes. But for now, this is all the process we have. So as a people, we have to join hands and make it work whichever way it is for us all.
Yes, you're right. Whoever wins, we can see the horse that is in the lead. We don't know who will win. I've looked at the parameters, the Northwest, the Southwest. And again, for me, that historical trend, Kwara State. But perhaps the greatest insight from today's data is for whoever candidate that emerges or that is declared president, is that the fact is that the candidate that is in the lead at the moment has 6.8 million votes. If you add the scores of the other three candidates, 9.9 million votes. And so whoever wins should celebrate with cautious optimism. It should know that you might be declared president, but it is the people that won. In other words, majority of the people are saying.
Okay, just a moment. Just a moment. I understand that they're going live to Abuja. Let's listen in.
And what we want to do is that when we start the collation, we are going to go all through. So we want to have at least 10 states before we proceed. So based on that, and based on the fact that we have around 5-6 states now, we have decided that the collation will commence at 2 p.m. So I want to apologize to you that we are not going to commence at the time we say we are going to commence. We are going to commence at 2 p.m. By 2 p.m., we are confident that we will have more than 10 states of the Federation. As presently, we have around 5 of them, and 3 have been processed. So by 2 p.m., we are confident that all the other states will have been processed. And then we'll just go all through and run through the process and see how far we can go today. So let me once again apologize to you that we are going to start at 2 p.m. Thank you.
The INEC National Commissioner for Voter Education and Publicity, Mr. Festus Okoye, announcing that a third postponement to the start of collation. First, it was supposed to kick off at 11, then it got postponed to 12, and now he's just announced that it's been pushed further until 2 p.m. Today, later on in the afternoon today, when INEC is hoping that it will have at the very minimum 10 states on the queue to submit their results at that time. So I guess part of the reason for this is logistics, so that the situation is smoother, that we can have more results. Hopefully, as Ayo and I were talking about a bit earlier, that hopefully that this process can be concluded today. But that is our own hope.
No. But you said it since, I think it was yesterday. You already said, give or take, Wednesday.
Wednesday, yes, I did say that.
That's the advantage of experience.
I did say that, and it is looking that way.
It is looking that way because perhaps even more so because hitherto we'd never had voter population up to 90 million. Now we have more than that. The number of polling units also increased. So there is a lot more collation for the electoral officers at the various levels of hierarchy to attend to. So those are the things that we're seeing.
That is, the lights have gone out at the National Collation Center. So I mean, that's.
Can we also give this to them in terms of trying to breach that communication gap?
Right.
Which, a lot of our guests have spoken about them. Minute by minute information, what's happening, why it's happening.
Yeah, and they came up. I mean, I did hear that it was because Channels Television them. Beamed the satellite and kept on counting down the minutes.
Channels had to channel the information somehow.
I think before we go any further, Jide, could you conclude your thoughts before I bring in our guest who's just joined us now?
Based on the results that we have at the moment, we're back to where we were in the First Republic, where the candidate that was declared president did not score up to 50% of the votes that were cast in that election. And we remember what happened after the candidate got into office. There were lots of challenges. We're at the point right now where the leading candidate is the candidate of the APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has scored 6.8 million votes. But if you add the votes of the other candidates, people that wanted their candidate to win, we have 9.9 million persons that voted for another person that was not Tinubu. And so he needs to understand that majority, if you look at those numbers, the majority are saying they do not want you. So once if the results turn out to still go in your favor, you have huge responsibilities that go beyond what you stated in your manifesto.
I think another thing, Ladi, and I think you are better to speak to this before we go to our guest or possibly even take the Sokoto story, is the fact that for once we need to get to a point, right, where we recognize the place of political party supremacy. This didn't happen beyond the Third Republic. In the First Republic, it was party supremacy. In the Second Republic, it was party supremacy. That's why the president in 1979, the Second Republic, had to have a kitchen cabinet in order to be able to do something real significant. In the Third Republic, the party was supreme. The national chairman of the parties had a lot more to say, had a lot more teeth, so to speak. In this republic, that hasn't really happened much. And it's the same system we've been practicing. The person on the ballot is the party, not the individual.
Not the candidate. The candidate's name is
even though,
on the ballot.
exactly, even though, as you said, it is the candidate that is recognized for which many people go, and that is a very, very good thing. That's also saying that the electorate and the party should and the candidate should recognize that the party is supreme. That's why it's not the candidate's picture on the ballot, but it's that of the party.
Indeed, and speaking of the candidates and pictures, the candidate of the PDP has won the presidential election in Sokoto State. The reports just coming in indicate that the scope in Sokoto, Vice Chancellor of the Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, Professor Kabir Bala, has announced the results of that election. Let's listen in.
Election was conducted in all the 23 local governments of the states, and the summary of the results is as follows. The total number of registered voters is 2,037,024. 2,037,024. Number of accredited voters, 619,492. Number of accredited voters, 619,492. The votes received by political parties are as follows. Party A, 115. Party A, 115. Party AA, 110. Party AA, 110. Party AAC, 128. Party AAC, 128. Party ADC, 486. Party ADC, 486. Party ADP, 1,105. Party ADP, 1,105. Party APC, 285,400. 444. Party APC, 285,444. Party APGA, 808. Party APGA, 808. Party APM, 273. Party APM, 273. Party APP, 219. Party APP, 219. Party BP, 126. Party BP, 126. Party LP, 6,568. Party LP, 6,568. Party NNPP, 1,300. Party NNPP, 1,300. Party NRM, 687. That's 81. 681. Party NRM, 681. Party PDP, 288,679. Party PDP, 288,679. Party PRP, 324. Party PRP, 324. Party SDP, 120. Party SDP, 120. Party YPP, 175. Party YPP, 175. Party ZLP, 208. Party ZLP, 208. The total valid votes, 586,815. 586,815. Rejected votes, 21,015. Rejected votes, 21,015. Total votes cast, 607,890. Total votes cast, 607,890. That is a summary of the results.
814.
The 2023 verdict there from Sokoto State. Professor Kabir Bala, the Vice Chancellor of the Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, announcing that the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, had won the presidential election in that state. Let's return to our studios here. And we've been joined by the publisher of the Political Economist, Mr. Ken Ugbeche. Ken, morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, well, it's now afternoon, now, but we have been here since morning, so we didn't know when it is afternoon.
We haven't seen the sun.
We haven't seen the sun, so we're not completely aware it's afternoon yet, but it is afternoon. I'm sure you've been following the trends, the themes, the various things that people are talking about, and I guess maybe to just dive you into it or push you into it, if whichever you would like. One should begin about asking you what you make of the electoral process up until the stage that we are now.
Yes, that's where we should be interrogating, especially the media, because I'm more concerned about the role of the media.
Absolutely.
In the entire process. And the media should be interrogating the process of the elections, not just announcing the outcomes, because outcomes, they take processes. And the electoral system is, I call it the cream of democracy. It's election. It's the creamer, actually. And it's supposed to be a festival, not a war. But how do you arrive at that outcome? Is that outcome predetermined outcome? Is the outcome allowed to happen? Is it organic? Or is it something projected by somebody and they work to the outcome? That is what the Nigerian media, I think for now, should be interrogating. And if you ask me, I will say that we have not done enough to bring the electoral actors to account to the Nigerian people. In this instance, the Independent National Electoral Commission, and then the adjunct staff they have hired. What have they done to produce that results that the media is now announcing? And if we begin to interrogate it, we also bring to them, to the fore, the very fact that democracy is governed by nothing but the rule of law, and the elections are governed by rules, laws, and mores. In the instant election that we're talking about, the presidential election and National Assembly elections, to what extent has INEC and all the actors conformed to the manual for this election? Because that's a manual. The Electoral Act 2022 is the manual for this election. And that Electoral Act is for instance now, it has become the ground for this particular election until we get another act. But for now, it governs this election. And I will say that the electoral actors have not conformed to the dictates, to the tenets, and the nuggets of the Electoral Act 2022. And that is where the media should begin to point out those things that the various actors have not done. I give you an instance. On the day of election, President Muhammadu Buhari voted in his Daura community. And he showed to the world who he voted for. The Electoral Act in section 122 talks about the secrecy of the ballot. I'm not supposed to know who Ladi voted for. I shouldn't know who Millicent voted for. And she shouldn't tell me who she voted for. But a sitting president who also signed this law, he signed into law, showcased who he voted for. And I saw another person, some of that top politician, doing so. They wanted to patronize their parties, whatever that means, but you don't flout the law. Because if you look at that section 122 of the Electoral Act, it even spells the penalty for doing that. It talks about people, you can't vote by proxy these days, unlike in the days of past, where somebody can take the electoral ballot paper and go and complete.
Let's quickly read it. Section 122.
Yes.
Every person in attendance at a polling unit, including every officer charged with the conduct of an election and his or her assistants, and every polling unit, polling agent and candidate in attendance at a polling unit, polling station, or at the collation center, as the case may be, shall maintain and aid in maintaining the secrecy of the voting. No person sub 2 in attendance at a polling booth under this section shall, except for some purpose authorized by law, communicate to any person information as to the name or number on the register of any voter who has or has not voted at the place of voting. 3, no person shall interfere with a voter casting his or her vote or by any other means obtain or attempt to obtain in a polling unit information as to the candidate for whom a voter in that place is about to vote for or has voted for. That's what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Okay.
I shouldn't know who you have voted for,
And
and
then
I shouldn't know who you want to vote for.
No person shall
that's-
communicate at
yes.
any time to any other person information obtained in a polling unit
Yes.
as to the candidate to whom a voter is about to vote for or has voted for.
The most important part, subsection 4.
Any person acting contrary to the provisions of this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a maximum fine of 100,000 naira or imprisonment for a term of 3 months or both. Okay, anyway.
I mean, the point is well. I mean, the point is well made. The point is well made. And the point you were making, Ken, is that that part of the process.
Yes,
we are
it's
talking
part of
about
the process that we should interrogate, and the media ought to point out these things.
That is very, very strong.
No. We should be. See, media is beyond informing. The role of the media is no longer, it's just beyond informing people. You should interpret it.
Educate.
You should educate the people, and you should also analyze.
We've been doing that, Ken.
Yeah, that's
what you've been watching us since Friday.
No. Of course, this is my darling station. Channels is prima donna as far as I'm concerned in terms of electoral analysis because you are dispassionate. I'm very professional. But I'm saying that beyond that, every other media house should take this manual vis-a-vis the process. Begin to tell the public that this is wrong and this is right. It is when we begin to point out these things that we grow. All of us want to grow electorally.
Sorry, George, my sincere apologies.
Yeah.
Laddie, please don't crucify me for this question. But let me ask Mr. Ubechi. If you find someone doing just this, that you said the president does and a number of people have done, and the police is around and says, we need to enforce this law, and the police begins to pick people who do that at a polling unit, what do you think the consequence would be?
No, there's nothing wrong with a police, but there are some people that are governed by immunity for now.
Yeah.
For instance, the president has immunity. But I'm saying that other people who don't have immunity.
That's the point that I'm making.
Yes.
Because someone actually, I think it was an Osazeuzi, said about this thing that you're talking about, that it is one thing to have the law. It's another thing to enforce the law in a way that will be seen to be fair to all concerned. So this is the law. Many people who contravened this law, acted contrary to this law in this process, know themselves as we speak. Now, how do we enforce this aspect of the law without seeming unfair?
Oh, very, very simple. You see, this issue of how to be fair in the eyes of the law is what has kept Nigeria stuttered, manacled to the stump of underdevelopment, even to the stump of primitivity. If you have a law, for crying out loud, we all watched Bill Clinton as a sitting president being interrogated by a Ken Star, being drilled every day. It was a movie for us. That was the most powerful president in the world. But he submitted himself to the law of the land. Everybody in Nigeria should submit himself to the law of the land. If you don't do that, you are not, forget democracy. You are not ready for democracy. It's about the rule of law. It doesn't matter who you are. Now, the president has immunity. Okay, I agree with that. You don't arrest him, he has immunity. But you can investigate somebody who has immunity and keep his file. When he loses that immunity, you can prosecute the person. That's the law. In the case of people that don't have immunity, why didn't the law act, the law enforcers?
I mean, even if we can argue that, in the case of the president or some of the others who indicated who they were voting for, as you said, whatever patronage reasons and so on. I mean, let's put that, and it comes back to the point Ayo made about being fair. The ones who actually showed their ballot papers for the purpose of payment, and, as evidence of payment, I mean, do they also fall under this?
Now, that payment is vote buying. Electoral Act, Section 22, you can go there. Section 22 talks about vote buying. Vote buying is an offense under the law. The buyer and the seller are both culpable. Go to Section 22 of the Electoral Act.
We've arrested many sellers, but I'm not aware of that,
Jankara Market.
we have arrested many sellers.
buyers.
No, many, okay, sorry, yeah, many buyers, but we have not arrested any sellers. So I guess it goes back to the implementation question that I mentioned.
Let's go to
That is selective
sub 22.
enforcement of the law.
Well,
Absolutely.
any person who is in unlawful possession of any voter's card, whether used in the name of any voter or not, or sells or attempts to sell or offers to sell any voter's card, whether issued in the name of any voter or not, or buys or offers to buy any voter's card, whether on his own behalf or on behalf of any other person, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine of not more than 500,000 naira or imprisonment not more than 2 years, or both.
So it's both the seller and the buyer.
Yes,
like Larry said now, we have arrested many buyers.
But
But what
no
about the
sellers.
masquerade selling it?
Yes, the people
That is
selling
what-
the votes.
Yes, people are selling this vote, and people send them to sell the votes.
It comes back to enforcement in a way that is, in a manner that is fair.
But
Millicent is
the
our
EFCC
in-house counsel, so at least on
The
this panel,
EFCC
so
says
let us.
the investigations are ongoing to get the sellers, that they were on ground during the elections. We heard from CSO saying that vote buying in this election was low, was minimal.
Yeah, it was lower than
Lower
it used to
than
be.
previous
Used to be.
elections.
And that maybe
Isn't that progress? And this is
I don't
seen
think it's
as
program. I think it's because of Naira crunch.
we are
There
called-
was cash scarcity.
we are
Let's
called-
not forget that.
we're being told that our democracy is evolving.
Ayo doesn't like that word.
Our democracy is evolving. There's no doubt
Well,
about
you
that.
gave me a new word, metamorphosis.
Metamorphosis.
Yes.
It's metamorphosis. Yes, metamorphosis means that you grow from pupa to larva to adult.
Yeah.
There's a graduation in the growth.
Right.
In a positive sense.
Absolutely.
But if you snatch ballot boxes in 1983 or 1982, and you are still snatching it in 2003, or 2019, or 2015, or 2011, is that growth? Is that the metamorphosis we should be celebrating?
On a lighter note, Laddie, the ballot boxes in the 80s were wooden boxes.
They're very difficult to carry. You're better than just 2-3 people to carry. Yeah.
Okay, now
but these other ones are more
it's not
lightweight.
transparent. It's
Yeah,
not
and they're
transparent.
transparent. They're much lighter.
Easier to carry even now.
But let's not make light of what is otherwise a very serious situation, because again, because this speaks to what Ken mentioned at the start, which is the issue of process. And if you see incremental changes over time, then whether it's evolution you use or metamorphosis you use, you see, growth and development. I just wanted to ask you, Ken, from what you said thus far, but I don't want to take that, simply at face value that we haven't witnessed that incremental value, because if indeed we haven't, then we really have a big problem. But the fact that today we are talking of electronic transmission and the lack thereof, the fact that, there's less voter inducement, that more young people came out to participate in the election, that, the process, while there are parts of it that were not fulfilled, that the process largely was better than we, by the figures we have from the various CSOs and so on, the figures show a substantial, as the lawyers would say, compliance with the processes that were put in place. So do you agree with that? Did you see that?
Definitely. Well, there is an incremental value added. There's no doubt about that. And I'll take us back to 2007. Remember that the voter register in 1999, then 2003, up to 2007, had names like Michael Jackson, now voter register, Mike Tyson,
yes,
some exotic names were there, until we introduced the DDC, Direct Data Capture Machine. That helped to clean up the voter register, because that's actually the takeoff point for rigging. When you have a faulty voter register, rigging is as simple as ABC. So we've been able to introduce technology, and we are advancing in that calibration of introduction of technology. From DDC now, we went to card reader, which means on the day of election, a machine had to certify that you are actually the true owner of this card and that this is who you are. Now we are graduated to BVAS, which not only tells that you are the true identity of who you claim, but also is capable of transmitting results. The very fact that we are at the juncture where we are asking why was the result not transmitted real-time online as promised shows that, and these are the questions we didn't ask before because they were not, it was never promised before. That technology was never there before. So it tells you that we have made advancement. But that advancement, we must also make it work. It's not working. Why people, there's a rage out there and anger and red eye everywhere is that they feel that all that were promised were not kept. And it's because of that promise and because of the infusion of technology into the process that raised the consciousness of a new generation of voters, the younger generation. They now believe that votes will count this time. The same people, the same age bracket, are now go out there on the street. They are raging, they are raving, they are cursing, and they are saying that the votes are not counting after all the promises, after all the infusion of technology, and that is should get us worried, and even much more the Independent National Electoral Commission, because that's the agency of government that is certified, certificated, licensed by law to organize free and fair, credible and verifiable elections. Not just organize elections for us. This election must be free, fair, and must be seen to be free and fair, credible, and must be verifiable. Because you said you will transmit this result, which means every polling unit result will be on your server. Now, when Party A will now tally all that were transmitted by their agents and compare with what was declared at the end of the day. So we have a long journey, actually, in this electoral process. Even if the result comes out tomorrow, on Thursday, or wherever, I'm telling you, it's just the beginning of yet another journey, this time in the direction of the judiciary.
You know, I'd like us to stay with the process as you talked about it earlier. You cited the process that involves.
Sorry, Ayo, let me just put you on pause there because the results of the election in Imo State have just been sent in to us. The final results indicate that the Labour Party has won the presidential election in Imo State. It polled 352,904 votes to beat all the other parties in the Imo elections. Other parties that were in the elections were the APC, which scored 66,171 votes. The PDP scored 30,044 votes, and the NNPP 1,536 votes. Let me take that again. The Labour Party's presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, has won the presidential election in Imo State. He polled a total of 352,904 votes to beat the presidential candidate of the APC in the election. The presidential candidate of the APC, Bola Tinubu, scored 66,171 votes in Imo State, while the presidential candidate of the PDP, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, scored 30,044 votes in Imo State. The NNPP's Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso scored 1,536 votes. So the results there of the election, the presidential election in Imo State.
More to come. That leaves us with
12 now.
12
I think,
more
sorry, 11 actually.
11
It's 11 states now.
Okay. Well, the votes are counting.
And they are coming.
No, the votes are
The votes are
coming.
coming because Ken's contention is that there's contention over whether they are counting.
Yes.
But then we have to count them. Anyway,
well, we are not counting, we are announcing.
Exactly. I wanted to, you've spoken to the electorate, the role the electorate needed to play, and you've also brought in the angle of the vote buyer, vote seller, and all of that. My question to you now is, you've spoken about various stakeholders. The voter, which is the electorate, is just one category of stakeholders in the electoral process. Which other ones, other than INEC, have or were supposed to play a role that, as from what you can see, didn't quite play that role, that has also, one way or the other, not made it the way we want it to be?
The political parties ought to play their role in voter education. The media must play its role in educating the public and taking them through the processes before, during, and even after elections. The civil society organizations also should play their role. These are critical stakeholders. But I will still single out the media. Okay, that's my own fraternity. And we have not played our role in an excellent manner. And I will say it, I say it with every sense of responsibility, being a stakeholder in the media. And I was telling somebody, a colleague of mine this morning, that the media has become partisan media reporting partisan politics. You can see the fractured media taking sides based on, is it ownership, even ethnic divides? Those things, those primordial sentiments and lines, strictures that govern politics and politicians are beginning to govern the space of the media, and it shouldn't be so. We should be aloof, distant from the politicians, because that's the only way you can actually bring them to account to the public. If you begin to jump into the cesspit with the same person you are supposed to correct, you don't have that moral badge anymore to correct the person. And you won't even see clearly. The media is no longer seeing clearly the way they should see, because the media is also beclouded by who owns us. Who pays the person that pays the piper calls the tune every day and any day. So I think the media should also show themselves as independent media.
Well, that perhaps that's one good thing we can say about that is the media in Nigeria is not owned by just one individual or interest category or group. Government, we have government, spokesperson, media houses. We have individuals who have, media houses, be it broadcast or print.
Yeah.
And even whether if it's broadcast, it's radio and television. If it's print, it's magazines, it's online, and everyone is online now. Anyway, in fact, newspaper houses are now having TV platforms,
definitely,
to themselves. So it's been, should we say, democratized, so to speak. So we can say that if you put out your news here, there will always be someone to check you on this side. Is that a fair way to look at the media, the role of the media?
That is actually what is happening, because you can't see a uniform headline anymore. And also the very fact that, in those days, let me say in the Second Republic, the 1983 election and the rest of them, you don't have too many media platforms. So there wasn't actually real competition. It is what the Daily Times tells you when the election is free and fair that most people believe. It is what NTA tells you. The private media houses have not mushroomed. They were not even born then anyway, because even the asset network was not born. So what I'm saying in a sense is that while we have a broad spirit of media with diversity of ideologies and ownership governed by whether it's religious sentiment or whatever sentiment.
So sorry to interrupt you, Ken. Yep. The visuals on the screen here are live pictures from Abuja. We understand that there's about to be a joint press conference between the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party, of course, assumedly about these elections. They're already taking their seats. So perhaps we should just join in and listen.
Okay. Looks like we're just settling down. They're just settling down to the press conference. As soon as they begin, possibly even before the official takeoff, we'll most certainly let you know and probably switch over. While at it, of course, this is where the media that we were talking about picks its news. Okay, so it's one thing to push this out, another thing to report it, and all of that. So looks like, okay, they're about to start, but once we have information about the official takeoff of that meeting, we'll definitely let you know. Just go ahead and conclude your thoughts.
Yeah, I would say that whether we have a port period of media houses governed by their various ideologies, what is critical is that people must report professionally. The media is governed by ethics and laws. So why flout the ethics of the profession that you belong? just because of your belly or whatever reason that governs your thinking. I think at the end of the day, professionalism must be key, whether it's in the judiciary or in the media or any profession.
Sometimes, they need help, assistance. They have a story, they're chasing it. They meet the authorities. There's no reply. Do they have to wait for a press conference before, and they're supposed to reply on time in this era of the internet, social media?
You see, that is one thing that some media sources or the people we report tend to think they will hold us to ransom. If you have your facts, go ahead and report your story. If they have a counter story, let them tell their counter story. It's only when I don't have the facts that I want somebody to confirm. If I give you an opportunity to respond to an inquisition or inquiry I sent to you, and you are stalling on it, I will only state there that I've sent you inquiry, you did not respond. That's also fairness. So if the media has the facts, report the fact that you have. So media should not, we don't have any reason not to be fair. And not being fair is not also being fair to the readers, the electorate, the listeners, the viewers. And we must be fair to all in our reportage, especially when it's about political reporting, because this is about the life of a nation. This is about leadership of people, communities, states, electoral districts, and then the whole nation. So if you twist the facts just because you want to push a particular narrative, it will come back to haunt you tomorrow. And what has happened over the years now, like what we remind ourselves that all of us still go to the same market today. So the market does not recognize that, oh, you defended this person or you were part of a plot that brought this president in or this governor in or whoever. We all go to the same market. So we suffer the brunt. We bear it together with the general public. So the media owes itself, even itself, a duty to report factually, balanced reports, and those abide by the ethics that govern the profession of media practice.
Okay.
I was going to say, so media professionalism, but some people say the kind of politics we play in Nigeria is absolutely different. It's very unique.
It is brazen, it is brutal, in fact, very brutish politics that we play. There's no doubt about that. But, when I used to give an example, in the days of the military, I was a news editor in the days of the military, at least towards the transition of Abacha era to democracy. I was a group news editor of the Defunct Post Express. And I could tell the headlines of other newspapers on a particular story. When a particular press release comes, I know that this is a front page story because it was chasing the agenda that we all have, the whole media and the whole nation, get the military out of the space. Campaign for Democracy, NADECO, Eastern Mandate Union, AMU, they were making front page stories. Once you get them, it's a front page. Oh, 300 university does want Abacha out. It's a front page story. But immediately we enter the arena of democracy. We have achieved that in purpose. The plurality of opinion begin to evolve. People now hold their different opinion because we don't have a common agenda. Now, if the media has a common agenda in having a credible election, it doesn't matter who the candidates are. By saying that the processes and the laws must be, you just follow the process. If we have that as a common agenda, we can do better than we are doing now. And that is the issue. We have different agenda, different, of course, propelled by different purposes and philosophies and ideologies of the different media, and also much more by ownership. Because ownership and patronage are key determinants of where the news will swing. Who owns the media? Is it the politician that owns the media? Because even if it's private sector that owns it, the private sector owner may have liaison with some top politicians who may be the sponsors behind the scene. You don't know. The employers don't know anything about that. The employees don't know about that. But somebody is financing it. That's why I said that he who pays the piper calls the tune. So there will be subtle and nuanced control of your thoughts. Let me put it that way, quote and unquote. You can't control somebody's thought. But then the owner will draw some remarks at the meeting, the general board meetings or whatever meeting you hold, that will put you in check as an editor. That this person, this is where he won't tell you after, I don't use this person's story, but you know where his interest lies. So you protect it.
And that is for those who don't tell you. There are some who might just go ahead and tell you. But you know, you've talked about, you've stated the role of political parties in this process. And I'd like you to delve in a little further. Why? Because some of the conversation we've had today, for instance, speaks to the fact that there's a high chance that some political parties didn't quite play their own role. The example is in that preliminary statement put out by Yaga that of the 176,646 606 polling units, the APC candidate, the PDP candidate had polling agents in 99% of those polling units. The APC candidate has polling agents in 97% of those polling units, and the LP Labour Party has 69%. We don't know for other political parties, and that means it means that for each of the polling units there ought to have been at least 18 polling agents each. So if that didn't happen, and now of course, you know that there's a press conference is about to get underway in Abuja as a result of this whole thing. What's missing there? And do you think if the parties had their agents there and had these results, the contestations would be as significant?
It is very it's poor strategy actually for any political party not to have an agent at any of the polling units, because your agent is your eye and ear. You don't rely on the integrity of INEC officials. They have their business to do. Your business is to also monitor what INEC people are doing and what other agents are doing. And then your agent should be able, of course, your agent should go there with a phone. The law governs that. The law protects you to go there with a phone as an agent and snap that page and send to your party secretariat or whatever server you have created for your party. But if you have, if you don't have agents in all the polling units, you are shortchanging yourself. And you are giving leeway to even corrupt INEC officials to monkey around with the results.
Yes, the press conference we mentioned earlier is about getting underway, as you can see on the screen, and the national anthem is being taken now.
What I have to do is introduce those on the title, and Senator Dean will then conclude first of those proceedings. It's my singular honor and pleasure to introduce the three from the left, National Chairman of the Labour Party, Comrade Barrister Julius Nabure. The National Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Senator Dr. Iyocha Ayu. The National Chairman of the ADC, Rouse Oke Musu. And then we have former Governor of Cross River, Governor Hill Imoke. We have the BOT Chairman of ADC, Dr. Mani Ibrahim Ahmad. We have the former Governor of Enugu State, Ogosileze Modu. We have Miss Dolly Adalu. We have the National Organizing Secretary of the Labour Party, Lieutenant. We have big brother here, Chief Haji Raymond Dawesi. We have Council, we have Chief Dele Momodu, Director of Strategic Communication for PDP. We have the former Deputy Speaker and former Governor of Imo State, my dear brother, I salute you. And then we'll have Ambassador to His Excellency. I now hand over to the distinguished Senator Dino. Distinguished members of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, and highly respected members of the Fourth Estate of the Record. We are here this very historic day for the World Press Conference. We are going to start by inviting the man I call the irremovable national chairman of PDP, former president of the Nigerian Senate, founding member of the PDP, former minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator
Gentlemen of the press, other distinguished personalities here. This press conference is not a very pleasant or happy one for our country. We should be celebrating democracy and not laughing the difficulties that are presented to Nigerians and the world today. And therefore, we welcome you to listen to the position of the main political parties that feel all is not right. And without wasting too much time, I will be calling a colleague of the Labour Party to please bring the position of the three political parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Nigerians, executives, and members of the press, all other protocols observed. We thank you, members of the press, for honoring despite of the short notice. Nigeria held its general election on Saturday, February 28, 2023. And this press is to address the urgent and important issues arising from that exercise, which was of President, Vice President, and National Assembly members. The exercise carried out by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is still underway as we hold this conference. Commission is still ongoing. With some parts of the country, we monitored with dismay the travel of the Independent National Rate. The conduct of the February results and foundation of the laid down electoral process, which was communicated by the National Electoral Body, INEC. INEC has announced use of bimodal voters accreditation system papers for the accreditation and voting election results will be electronically transmitted from polling units to INEC servers. INEC by all political parties.
Well, that press conference, the joint press conference of the PDP and the LP holding right there. Unfortunately, as you could see, the details aren't coming to you the way we want it to come. But as soon as we sort that out, we definitely will come back to you. Meanwhile, we're counting down 1 hour, 3 minutes from 2 o'clock when the INEC chairman should open the National Collation Center at the ICC in Abuja, so we can take more reports from all over the place. We're having this conversation with Mr. Ken Ubeche, who is the editor of The Political Economist. So you were talking about the political parties and where they may have, loosely speaking, compromised their role in the process.
Yeah, shooting themselves in the foot. And like I said, if you don't have enough agents, if you don't have agents in all the polling units, you have only shortchanged yourself because you are banking on the integrity of another person. Which shouldn't be, because politics is about interest. Everybody is there to protect his or her interest. So an agent for party A will protect the interest of party A only. Even when you see something going wrong against party C, it's not morally binding on the person to begin to say, no, why are you doing that to that party? Is it because they don't have an agent? So if any political party that doesn't have agents, not the polling units, whatever happens there, you can't actually, you don't have well, I won't say locus, but you may not have the arsenal, something in your arsenal to argue your case.
But doesn't that now speak to funding? You know, why should elections be very expensive?
Well, sometimes, but in the case of democracy and presidential system of democracy, it's usually more expensive than parliamentary system. And elections is where political parties spend a lot of money. And that's why even the Electoral Act and the Constitution recognize that there must be expenditure during electioneering period. And that those things count. And that's why you hear people say that politics is not for the
faint-hearted.
Yeah, it's not for the faint, it's for the deep pockets. And that's also why they raise fundraiser. Political parties raise funds through fundraisers, through donations from people. Although there's a cap to how much you can spend, but you and I know that
who is monitoring that cap?
Yeah, no, you and I know that's not respected in Nigeria. So people spend as they have it, and people even spend foreign exchange in the local politics.
I remember one of the presidential candidates saying to me that if they wanted to curtail vote buying and selling, is the redesign should be of the dollar, not of the naira. That there's no point to redesigning the naira. That it should have been the dollar that should be redesigned.
But you see the justification in that in the man caught in Rivers State.
Yes, with more than $500,000.
People are being caught with the same dollar. So it is actually the currency of the politician. It's not the naira. So okay. That agitation.
Now, to speak to the implications of the political parties that do not have. I'm glad that you're speaking to these subheads in further detail, so that the voter, the Nigerian, can understand that, look, whatever perception or realities they're experiencing now, it didn't just come from one source. It came from all of us.
Yes.
It came from the
political parties
it came from the political parties, it came from INEC as well. So what should we now be saying to who in order to calm nerves? Because as we speak, we both know tempers are very high. I mean, one of it is what we are seeing in Abuja, where the political parties, some political parties are getting together to collaborate, if I can use the term.
Yeah, my take actually from, if you listen to the very person that has spoken, people are talking about cancellation and the rest of them. Allow this process to terminate, to get to a terminus. That terminus is allowing INEC to announce the final result. Now, if you have a contention, why I'm saying is that because I don't want people to bear arms and march into the streets in the name of defending their votes or protesting the outcome or perceived outcome, because you never can tell if the result is delayed, if it's not coming today or tomorrow or the day after. The protest might even start before the final result comes out. From what you can see from the politicians themselves, they're already agitated. And what this means is that they are sending stimulus to their followers, to their supporters. If our boss can be this angry, we have a justification to bear arms, to go into the street. And I don't want us to get to that level. We can protest, but protest with civility. Protest using the rule of law. We have seen it in other democracies. When people go, we have seen governors in this country installed by the judiciary, senators installed by the judiciary, presidents that their position was shaky, firmed up by the same judiciary. So, and the judiciary has become part of the electoral process in Nigeria. In fact, the constitution recognizes that. That's why you have tribunal, appeal court, then Supreme Court, the terminus. So allow this process, INEC process, to get to its own terminus. You cannot take it off from there. By that time, you will also have gathered your own facts. Because the law is not moral. Law is not moralistic. It's based on evidence. As they call it, law of thought. I'm here a lawyer. It's evidence-based. So if you don't have evidence and you're raging and raving and then making all the noise, once you don't have the evidence to prove what you have alleged,
it's going to be quite difficult.
You know, it's a no case for you.
Sometimes there's also public policy which the court looks at in making a decision. But then, yes, largely evidence-based.
The other thing, of course, in all of this is that, and I think some of our guests in the morning segment alluded to this when we were talking about the process. In the process, there are multiple points, you know, that you go through in the process. Yep. But there are also, in that process, safeguards for breaches of the same process. We've been quoting sections of the Electoral Act and so on.
And even the penalties.
And the penalties are also there.
Yes.
So, but then all those will happen only if the process is followed.
Yeah.
You know, because if you find me doing something that is an obvious breach, but you don't have any, as has just been said, any evidence of that breach beyond you screaming and shouting that I breached it. Yes. You don't go further to process that my breach, which is by gathering the evidence and all of that, and then presenting it to the authority, which is supposed to provide the check and the balance within the process. Then, you know, you yourself, you are breaching the process. You know, I mean, again, I don't know how.
I was going to say, the fact that I saw it or heard it, you know, makes me a witness. So that's one.
Yeah, makes you a witness, but if you are the only one who saw it.
How do I prove that?
How do you prove it? I mean, if there's nobody else.
You can deny.
You can witness an event and you don't have evidence to document that. It's not documented, you only witnessed it. And I usually give an example. As a journalist, and I tell my reporters this. You see, it's always good to document things. Go with a recorder, whatever. These days, you can use your phone to record video-wise or audio. If you don't have that evidence, you can see somebody giving another person bribe. You saw it. They even like, he thanked you for the bribe. Say, man, I didn't even expect this much. Oh, thank you very much. It's bribe. You didn't record it. If you go to report it, both of them will agree that they never met.
Yes.
Oh, I never gave and I never received. You are in the lodge. You that reported it, even though you witnessed it, even though it happened. But because you don't have evidence. Law is evidence-based, largely.
They say I'm not a lawyer, Millicent, you are the lawyer. But, he who alleges must be the one who proves. So if you claim that something has happened, then, you know, the arbitration authority or the adjudication authority will need to be presented with the evidence of the breach to be able to say, yes, this man is correct, you breached, you know, and these are the penalties as stipulated again by the same process for you. Because there seem to be gaps here. There seem to be quite a number of gaps. While we have been speaking from Saturday night, I know that earlier on Saturday, when the election in some of the polling units ended, and people talked about real-time uploading of the results, they expected that, you know, the election finished at 5, by 10 after 5, we should be able to check on IREV, and, you know, the photo of the result sheet should have been there, which was where this crisis, if you want to call it that, began. Because they went there, having returned from the polling booth home, they went to check and it wasn't there, and then people started raising alarm. But slowly, I think from about 10 p.m., 1, 2, 3, and so on. And I think the last time I checked, we were
just now we're about 83,600.
83,600.
That's
so
on the INEC results, INEC election results.ng website, but on the cvr.inecnigeria.org page, it says 99,541.
Well, I mean, the one that is in the guidelines and so on is IREV. So I mean, if we say 83,000.
835.
So that means now we have, you know, officially crossed the 50% mark. I mean, of what is being of the total that is being expected. Because total being expected is 176,606. Okay, so again, that's gone on. Now, sometimes when people talk about allowing the process to go on, possibly by the time all these results are finally in today, tomorrow, and so on, even if it takes all the way up until Friday, at some point, that IREV will be completely populated.
Definitely.
And the role it was supposed to play,
it will still be
from day one.
From day one, it will still be expected to play. But if nobody goes there to check because it was not there 10, 15 minutes, maybe even a day or 2 or 3 after the process started, you will again be referred back to that process to say, this contention you are having, is it based on the IREV? You know, is there a discrepancy between what was presented at the National Collation Center and what is on IREV? Which is the question even some of the lawyers on some of the panels we've had have said that, look, you need to establish that, oh, okay, yes, Party A won 5 votes on IREV, but at the announcement point, you know, it won 8 votes. So where did the discrepancy come from? You know,
which speaks to the question that we asked Mr. Ubeche earlier about what role the political parties themselves were supposed to play in all this. Because as you said, the electoral umpire is playing its own role.
Yeah.
But the political parties are supposed to play their own role.
Definitely.
So in that light, speak to what Ladi raised.
Yes, that brings us to the issue of who should change who. If you're a political party and you don't have enough agents in all the polling units, you have to change yourself. Because it is your agent that should ensure that the INEC man, presiding officer, uploads that result. And that result that you're uploading must have your own signature, must have your own buy-in.
Let me just put you on pause there. We are hearing from the Senate, which is Nigeria's upper legislative chamber, which has resumed proceedings, same with the House of Representatives. But the Senate is urging all political actors, leaders, and all Nigerians to remain calm, law-abiding, and allow the process of collation and announcement of the results of the presidential and National Assembly elections. The upper chamber is making this call following a point of order by a federal lawmaker, Senator Ibrahim Oloriegbe, on the need for calm and abiding with the rule of law on the election process in the just concluded election. Incidentally, I think Senator Oloriegbe is one of those who was a casualty of this. So, I mean, it speaks to back to the issue of the process that you mentioned. There has been a similar statement from the House of Representatives. So, I mean, we're talking more or less about the same thing from the National Assembly. And some of those people were prominent casualties. They lost in this electoral process. Quite a number of prominent people, both in the Senate and in the House, in the House, lost. So again, it goes back to, sorry I caught you short in order to say that, but it goes back to the issue of the process that you were mentioning.
Yes, I was saying that if you don't have your agents there, you have to change yourself already, because your agent ought to be the one supervising whether that document that bears the result of all the parties was uploaded, and whether it is actually reflects the voting pattern in that polling unit. It is not just about uploading. What was uploaded? Is it a mutilated one? Is it a doctored?
Is it legible?
Is it legible? Is it something I can read and I can access and read it? The legibility is also critical, because at the end of the day, I said that this is not the end of this whole show. But I'm appealing, like the Senate said, appealing to Nigerians, be calming down. Let us allow INEC to finish its job. Then the aggrieved, agitated parties can now take it up from there. And the law has made provision for you. You have to go to the tribunal. You have to go to Court of Appeal. You have to go to the Supreme Court. So there are options for you for remediation, assuming that is what you want, or rectification. Like, let me use the words of Chief Olusegun Obasanjo that you used yesterday. There are options for you to rectify what you consider a faulty process. So, but bearing arms and instigating violence is what I preach against, and I'm thoroughly against that.
Well, just to quickly remind you that we announced it earlier, and you saw some pictures of that joint press conference by the PDP and the Labour Party. It's still ongoing from what we know. As soon as we have more pictures, we will definitely, better pictures and better audio, we'll definitely come back to you.
Indeed. And we've since been joined by Professor of International Law and Jurisprudence, Joshua Adlobo from Abuja studios. Prof, good afternoon. Welcome to the program.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you so much.
Well, what we have been discussing for much of the day, much of yesterday, is that most of those who participated in the process, who are voters and so on, have become sort of like emergency lawyers, because they've had to go back to the Electoral Act 2022, the Nigerian Constitution, the manual for the 2023 elections, the electoral guidelines, and so on, to see exactly who erred and where. But before we get into that and tap into your knowledge and expertise of this, perhaps I should begin by asking you what you make of what has happened thus far.
First and foremost, I need to commend Nigeria for believing in the system. What is the system? In the midst of the crush, or in the midst of uncertainty, a lot of people felt that that election may not hold. Even me as a lawyer and a professor, and also a consultant to INEC, I was still making sure I asked questions to guide against what happened in 2019, when on the day of the election, it was postponed because of logistics. But with all the enormous logistic challenge, for INEC to conduct this election in a peaceful manner should be commended. When I say in a peaceful manner, I'm speaking based on my empirical observation from my jurisdiction, that is Benue State, where I participated in the election. And also, for the first time, for people to even exercise their franchise without anybody saying, I'm giving you 10,000, I'm giving you XYZ amount of money. It was a miracle beyond description. As a person that have done much research in electoral jurisprudence in Nigeria, the bane of our polity has been money polity all this while. But it got to a point that money has failed in 2023 general election. Though I'm aware, because I'm involved in both PDP and APC, even I'm APC chieftain, but as an insider, you need to know what is happening in all the party. And that was even what led to the collapse of PDP in Benue State, because it was only the other party that makes some logistics available in dollar. Why, as I speak up till now, because election require logistics. I was even in Benue till 6 o'clock when I got the invitation to come for this interview. For me to come down, even though I don't have private jet, you have to make, it's also part of logistics. So logistics is part of election. But now, beyond logistics, the fact that you cannot induce that most electorate in Benue, especially or the local government where I monitored the election, people were receiving less than 100 naira, even though the main political party or stakeholder have XYZ of dollar. But those dollars were not translated to the electorate, but they still believe in change. Now, PDP was working against PDP, and that was what led to the alienation of PDP at the governor, at the senatorial level of incumbent governor. And also incumbent senator that was former governor, His Excellency Gabriel Susan. It was unprecedented, especially Autumn, that was defeated by his SA on local government and chieftaincy affair. It showed that Nigeria have risen beyond primordial sentiment. So we should applaud what we have achieved so far in this election. If we should look at what has happened in this other state, it go beyond any shortcoming that may be discussed later. And at the same time, we also want to bring to the notice of the Nigeria that in my polling unit, where a party that I was supporting was even leading, but because of difference of 11 votes with the Beavers, the other person protested, and I said, no, how was the 11 votes got in the first place? Who accredited him that was not captured in Beaver? The summary of it was that that polling unit result was cancelled. And as God will do it, another polling unit where another party have the highest has also overvoted. And because the agents were there to look at what was in the Beavers result vis-a-vis the declared result, that particular polling unit was also cancelled. I'm speaking based on what happened in Obi local government. I cannot speak on behalf of Oju, even though I'm from Obi Oju Federal Constituency. What am I trying to say in essence? Election where the Godfather, where those that think that they cannot do without them, were suppressed, in quote. So what am I trying to say in essence? Nigeria have grown beyond political partisanship to loyalty. Some of my friends say that they want P2B in the polling unit. That's okay. If it's P2B, you want exercise of your franchise. It's left for you to determine. In that polling unit where I come from, P2B won in that election in Obi local government. Ogore to be precise. What am I trying to say? This 2023 election is a watershed in Nigeria electoral jurisprudence, especially within the context of what happened in 2003, where if a day to election, name of candidate were changed and all those particular stuff during the time of Obasanjo. And in 2007, recall that the Supreme Court on that 4:3 ratio, with the case of Buhari vs. INEC, nullified the election because of no serialization of ballot box or ballot paper. So what are we trying to say? The INEC, with due respect, even though they may have one shortcoming or lacuna, have really evolved based on our rich electoral jurisprudence. And one of my book, Electoral Jurisprudence in Nigeria, I can say Nigeria have the richest electoral jurisprudence in the world, because even issues that have been settled by the Supreme Court, they still litigate on it. Who is a candidate, which have been resolved. Like one of the judges said that he doesn't know that my Benue state has taken over those Anambra in terms of litigation. So,
Prof, let me jump in.
The Federal High Court, and they were able to do everything within those short time. And even on Friday,
Prof, let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you, Prof. Prof, let me interrupt you and say that basically what you're getting at is that even though there seems to be emphasis on where the shortcomings are, the fact is that in your view, at least from what you saw and observed, the process worked. The process worked because the outcomes are outcomes that we couldn't have predicted at the last elections or in elections before now. I think that point is well made. But I want to return you to what we are witnessing now, where, there are, as we are speaking now, the Labour Party, which you referenced, and the People's Democratic Party are holding a joint press conference, and they are not speaking well of the elections, because yesterday we all witnessed what their various agents did at the National Collation Center. So, to that effect, I want you to reconcile what you've just told us from what you witnessed in Benue with what, is alleged to have happened on a more national level and which is leading these other parties to protest and in some cases to either call for a suspension or a cancellation or a review, whatever English one wants to use to describe what they are calling for, but that the process as it is, they're not happy with and they don't accept.
Yes, first and foremost, we should know that in every context, even in Benue where I've referenced, I say I was satisfied with the result of Obi local government, and since I was not in Noju, to know whether those particular agents challenge what the result they return or not. So any person that is giving any opinion should be based on what he sees, because that's what the position of the law say. You cannot be in all the polling units. So their observation may not necessarily out of place, but when you feel that you are very successful already, that you have a lot of membership, and all of a sudden your member decide to work against you, like in Benue State, Autumn was the origin of the defeat of PDP, the alienation of PDP, because it was elected under APC in 2015. All of a sudden, he came to PDP. All of a sudden, he fielded to his senatorial election. He said that he's ready to sacrifice his senatorial ambition for the ambition of P2B. So at the same time, so there was lack of discipline already in the political party. That's why I say that what happened in Benue, it was not the strength of APC that gave them that victory, but PDP were fighting themselves. At the end of the day, PDP is at the verge of being wiped out with all sense of responsibility. Even PDP are also not happy with the outcome of the result because they felt that they have all it takes. But someone that feel that he was cheated in the primary felt that if I did not go, like club mentality, that you will not go. So what I'm trying to say, we must also interrogate the stakeholders of those parties that are fair agree. Okay, for instance, like what happened in Enugu State, incumbent governor lost his seat. What happened in Plateau State, incumbent governor that is even director general of APC lost the senatorial ambition too. So what am I trying to say? Look at it now, Nasarawa SDP won the senatorial seat. So the victory cut across all political parties. So if you are not in the polling unit to know what actually happened, you will feel that the result is manipulated. But one thing I want us to bring to the domain of Nigeria, that transmission does not authenticate the validity of the election. The validity of the election starts from the polling unit, where those political parties have agents in those polling units. What was their observation when the result was entered? This is the starting point, because the Supreme Court said that it's the evidence of the polling agent that is credible, not even the one collecting agent, because it cannot be in all the political, in the ward or polling unit. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that Labour Party has even set unprecedented victory, a victory that will take years to wipe out for Labour Party to win Lagos State. It's unheard of, and it's not because Igbo were majority. There were Yorubas there. There are even Igede. There are other tribes in that place. But P2B was a movement. But like some of us were saying, it's not enough to build the success around an individual. Look at what happened in Osun State. That was even the presumed state of the presidential candidate of APC, even though he adopted Lagos State. But even the two states, he lost out. What am I trying to say? To show that you cannot work against yourself in a place that you have stronghold. So Nigeria should not be a whipping child if you do not favor them. You successful. I say it's not every out of INEC that is subject to public opinion. There are experts that can resolve those anomalies, especially the election tribunal, like one of the members in the Lagos State. That there are a lot of options that can be explored. But if you are not there to watch the collation, and even if you are not there, in as much as the agent have already satisfied those conditions, those documents, the end result of the beaver can also be tendered, like what has happened in Osun State. They are challenging in that even Osun tribunal gave victory to APC against the incumbent, even though the incumbent Adeleke still have right of appeal to Court of Appeal and Supreme Court. Because even like that judgment, the result was alleged to be in excess of what was in the beavers. But if you even analyze that decision, how do you know which voting go to A or B? So it's a lot of germane issue. And we should also know that INEC has made tremendous improvement. Look at what happened in 2015 when card reader was introduced to electoral jurisprudence. Supreme Court said that no, in as much as there was no legislative backing, you cannot display the voter register. Why was the SM? Because you compare both the electronic version, which is the BVAS, and the physical voter register. So that was the position in 2015. And if you look at what happened in 2011, when the Evidence Act was enacted, the issue of admissibility of documentary evidence become an issue. But now it has generated to transmission. It's left for the Supreme Court to determine whether failure to transmit promptly invalidate elections that have been duly conducted, certified, and cross-checked by the party agent and their signatory thereof. And electronic signature can also be authenticated through different means. So all I'm pleading to Nigeria is not a victory for any party. It's a victory for Nigeria, that you can go to any party. Once you are rooted with your people can still vote you without the godfatherism. Look at what happened in Plateau State. A PDP that is going for 5th term was still returned. Belamla, even against my own client. My own client was the candidate of APC there. He lost the election. Will I say because my client lost his Lantan South, that the election is not valid? I cannot make that conclusion until I look at the documentary evidence to see if there's rigging over voting, a grant to nullify the election. But you cannot be doing all this on social media. It's a threat to the corporate existence of Nigeria. Not only a threat, we were also overstretching the court system to the extent that issue that should be honorably resolved at the party level is taken because of settlement, because I spent so much, because I know so much people, I did not win, then the election is rigged. We have to ask our people, evaluate the process. The money for logistics, was it delivered? Why was this vote not achieved in XYZ? And if there's any violence in any place over voting, the electoral act is clear. That polling unit needs to be cancelled. So all I'm trying to say in essence is that it's not yet over, but let the INEC, the umpire, conduct and finish their process before you can resort to anything. Protest in the street is over. Why do I say protest in the street cannot invalidate any election, any polling unit? You can only ventilate your point or grievance through the instrumentality established pursuant to Section 285 of the Constitution. And if you look at the time frame for determination of appeal, from 180 days from the date election is filed for the tribunal, 60 days for Court of Appeal, and 60 days for Supreme Court if it's the presidential and gubernatorial. So within that short period, the will of the people can prevail. There are a lot of decisions that the court has reversed supposedly error. And at the same time, it's also a warning to the court too, that they should make sure they respect the will of the people and not to allow any manipulative tendency to say, okay, let's meet in court and we know what to do. If they can't win freely and squarely on the field, the basis of winning at the court should be justifiable. That is why Section 34 of the Electoral Act 2006, they talk about basis of changing candidate must be based on very cogent and verifiable reason. So if the court is giving judgment, the court must look at the will of the people, look at the documentary evidence, and actually come to the rightful conclusion if the grievance is justifiable.
Prof, your perspective is completely unique. Prof, your perspective is unique because not only are you talking about something that you experienced, you are also giving a précis about some of the things that people have already pointed out on the program earlier on, which is that if you don't follow the process logically to the end, and you are more emotive than rational, you're not likely to achieve the objectives at the end of the day. But Millicent, you have a question.
Well, the question I had, I wanted to make an observation, and that is when he took us through the process of, some of the evidence that is needed and cases that could occur. Election litigation is another variable, and for those who have analyzed it, they said that one of the election manipulation risks is also bringing frivolous cases to court and then all of that process. But he mentioned something about social media, how it's more evidence-based rather than social media. And I want to come to you, Mr. Ken, and this is with social media and the journalists. Does that make our job better or worse? And this is with how the internet and the very many infodemic, the deep fakes, and all the many things that are coming up, as much as there are some positives too.
Well, I think we should draw a line between social media and journalism. The social media enthusiasts or promoters are not journalists, even though journalists use social media too.
So you don't agree with that term, citizen journalist?
No, there's
no.
thing.
A journalist is a journalist. It doesn't have to. There's nothing like citizen journalism anyway. It's not professional. It's not known to journalists.
There's eyewitness.
It's either you are a journalist or you are not. Either you are in or you're out. It's either 1 or 0.
I just needed to pull that out for some who say.
So those that feast and feed from social media know why they go there. If you want credible information, go to a credible news outfit and get the credible information. But I like what Prof said on the issue of what we've been talking about here, the need for having agents at every polling unit for every political party. Because he said something, he's a professor of law, and he said, what is admissible in court as evidence is the document from the polling unit, which your agent ought to be part of in terms of ratification and certification that this document is authentic and I have a buy-in. I agree with it. When you don't have a agent there and they upload whatever they upload, it's binding on you already.
Sorry to butt in again, and you'll continue in just a second. Yeah. One of our guests yesterday, and even another guest yesterday said, in fact, unlike what ought to be the case, many of the agents, such as you have them, even in the major political parties, many of them are transactional.
Definitely.
That is, they get paid to do agent work, and therefore they go there only because they are being paid, and not because
they are committed.
They are committed to the process and ensuring that their institution
or that they are members of that party.
Yes, that they are not members of the party. In many instances, they are not members of the party.
And that is where it's dangerous. Because somebody has collected 10K, let me just use that, can go there because they are transactional, their mentality. It's an opportunity for them to make money. And they started making the money. And when they get to that polling unit, another party comes with higher stake. Because they are not committed to you, they are not members of your party, even when they are members of your party. Because they have a mindset of making money or blowing through this process, this thing that will just a couple of days. So how much do I make from it? They will compromise. And it's not just now, it has been happening.
Many of the polling unit forms, the forms EC8A, have the party agents signing on to it.
Yes.
Even when later on in the process, you have people contesting that the figures.
Yes. But why did you sign? Did you sign the black paper?
Sometimes they contest the signature as well.
Sorry?
Sometimes they contest the signature.
This is not our party agent signature. I mean, again.
It's also possible. Where you don't have an agent, anybody can sign for you.
For your,
a baboon can sign for a monkey when the monkey is not present. So it's that's actually why it is.
It's an extended version of what Jide brought in all those.
All those.
It's very imperative that as a party, get your agents at every polling unit. These polling units were not created yesterday. You knew that we have 176,000 plus,
and that you were. It was a requirement.
Yes, a requirement.
That you had to have an agent.
Yeah, you should have them. It's going to cost you money. Elections cost money. In fact, when Obama won, I remember those days, Newsweek International did a one-pager. There was a research in US. He who spends more likely to win. Probability was that if you spend more, you are more likely to win. And they tabulated the people that spent. There is a more open system.
Yes.
They know what party A spent, what candidate A spent. At least relatively they know. And they tabulated that this person spent more and he won. This person spent more. And when you look at it, the statistics favor those About 80% of those that spent more won. So it's expensive.
Yeah, because
Speaking
the
to
electoral
what you said,
process.
speaking to what you said about the cost of presidential
Election, it's enormous.
Parliamentary
Yeah,
election.
parliamentary is cheaper.
Okay. Well, Prof, this is where we have found ourselves now, and this process is not going to get itself done. We still have to face up to it. And you know, part of what we had been saying earlier, which some of which you have also spoken to, is to calm nerves and douse tension. Much of what we are saying here now may not be known to many people, many electorates as we speak. The political parties are right now at variance with INEC and with the ruling party on this matter. And as far as the most people are concerned, so long as Aladi mentioned this earlier, so long as it fuels a particular narrative, they go with it, whether or not it is true. So how do we sift that? I know that's something that is media related for Mr. Ubeche, but I'd like you to speak to it in the same spirit of what you've been saying to us all the while. How do we help people get these important information narratives so that our emotions can be directed in the right way in the interest of peace, unity, and stability of Nigeria?
Very good. That is very fundamental. And that was what I said earlier, that the corporate existence of Nigeria as one entity, an indissoluble entity, is being threatened. The national security is being threatened. As such, every political stakeholder must look into the future. The fact that the election in a particular place did not favor your party today does not mean that process is foreclosed. There are other mechanisms of resolving the grievance. So each political stakeholder must have a way of addressing their follower and supporter. And that's what I experienced in Benue State. Somebody that they felt that he will win. When the supporter felt that he had been cheated, he said, no, that is not the end of the road. Wait, let me study, let my lawyer look into one or two documents before they advise me. So each politician that feel that they have a stake, because politics go beyond business venture, as it were, is a means of service. But Nigeria, we have downplayed the aspect of service to money making, and that is why there are a lot of bitterness. But thank God that in this election, no political party will say that has spent so much money as a result that I'm so indebted that I cannot start again. It's not so. Look at when ACN started in 2007, when Atiku Abubakar was a candidate of the AC then the National Congress, before in 2011 become National Congress of Nigeria, when Nuhu Ribadu became a candidate. So politics is evolving. Once you are in the process, get close to your people, and at the end of the day, because politics does not end 2023, it does not end 2027, it does not end 2031. But if we destroy the peaceful cohesion of Nigeria, we will not wake up to see any entity called Nigeria. Look at what happened about peace and security. Kaduna, that was so peaceful. It took me more than 5 years before I could dare to travel to Kaduna for some academic activity. And even the university greenfield that is there opposite a church, a prayer ground, was deserted. So peace is key to development. Security is everybody's responsibility. In as much as if you feel genuinely deprived, there's a way. If you witness whatever has transpired, you can volunteer as a witness to that political party. And the court has made it so much easy. There is no oral evidence that you can tender. You can tender the differential between the vote that you feel that your political party score and what was in Beavers. Then the court can come to right conclusion. That is why the electoral 2022 is a what it has encompassed a lot of challenges in Nigeria electoral process, so that it make it easy for the petitioner not to be saddled with the unusual body, because before, once somebody read the election, we tell you go to court, because they know that the onus of proof is onerous, but that onus have been reduced on the balance of probability, on the balance of evidence, probability. Whatever you feel based on documentary evidence. If the court sees it, authenticate and look at the difference, you can be returned. So let us trust our judicial process. And as I earlier say, the court have tried to safeguard our democracy. It's left for us as individuals to also ensure the victory for the development of our democracy. And if you look at the results, some of us are not surprised because even the analysis in other forum before now, we say that the election of P2B and Atiku is going to give an edge to the incumbent, the political APC, because they have the same market that they are shopping for. What do I mean? When he was a running mate to Atiku, he know all the political tricks and all those particulars about P2B was blessed over love. I've not seen anybody that have been loved like P2B, apart from Jesus Christ or any of these religious leaders. When he speaks, the hope that he inspires, he can also be a tool for Nigerian development. He can be a rally point to the youth. So any government that win this election should not take it as winner win all. Let's try to reach out to those that we feel that they are aggrieved before they even ventilate their grievance before the appropriate quarter, which is election tribunal. Because once election is concluded, even INEC does not have overriding power to cancel any election at collation center, except there's issue of overvoting which have been established. Then a rerun have to be conducted in those areas if the margin of winning cannot be determined simply based on the available record. If you look at what happened in Kogi State, the difference between the senator that won the Natasha is just about 200 votes. So even before they brought the last local government, everybody on social media said Natasha has already won the election. But when you read from the declaration of INEC, you discover the difference was only 200, but the margin of leading in the other local government was less than the vote from the Okene. So what I'm telling you in essence, we must be patient with the process. If actually we want an enduring democracy, every democracy requires sacrifice. Look at Obama. Obama was loved. And from the senatorial, when he was a senate, the audacity of hope gave him a lot of opportunity to be delivering paper. And before you know it, he became the first American president. So no hope is lost. And thank God that there's no age limit for anybody to become a president. The age limit is only under when you are less than 35. But in as much as you are above that age, till death do you part, you can still aspire. And God can make you to achieve your goal. So let us not look desperate. Let not look downcast as if we have reached the end of the road. Every end is a beginning for you to re-strategize and become a better person. Let's get close to the community that want to lead. Let's feed their yearning, their need, their demand. It's only an election period that you can give them a Maggie and others particularly. That is what the electorate are protesting now. They say that you come in a convoy, but they cannot access good road. Just imagine on Weto, if it was not David Mark, former Senate president, and with the help of the incumbent president that complete that road, there's no way I could make an appointment from Otukbo within 7 o'clock to be in Abuja. What am I trying to say? Every government must invest massively on infrastructure, massively, so that anybody can become whoever you want to be without necessary connection to the government.
Okay.
So the emphasis
Prof,
of making government as a gold mine should be emphasized.
Professor Alaba said that, Barack Obama was loved. So was Donald Trump,
Yeah, but by different groups.
So was Awolowo.
He was president at the point. I want to take the discussion to Rivers, where we appear to have a situation, and one wonders, if that situation persists, how that could affect the whole collation process in the nation's capital, and that is the scope, the adjourning collation, pending when INEC can address some of the misinformation and security issues which he mentioned there. And so my question is, legally, what could happen if he still insists and refuses due to threat on his life? What happens in that situation? Will another scope be appointed? How do you think INEC should handle that?
And foremost, history is always a guide. And like what happened during 2019 collation by Edar Rubebe of the Minister of Niger Delta, that is a static that is also adopted by even the same party, PDP. So in as much as the relevant body that will authenticate the document have signed, that result become valid. And this is also time for the government to make sure that the life of those individuals become protected so that we avert what happened 30 years ago, the annulment of June 12th. And that annulment of June 12th was a great setback to some of us. And it's that annulment of June 12th that propelled some of us to become a lawyer. So what are we trying to say in essence? Democracy go beyond personal individual, beyond personal interest. We should look at the survival of Nigeria. If we look at the survival of Nigeria, then we can protect any of our candidates, any of the person that we feel that is threatened. And then there's relevant authority from police to DSS and even the vigilante that we can make formal complaint. Any threat to life should not be taken with levity. And if you look at the Constitution, Section 33, right to life is the fountain of all right. Once the head is cut, the body becomes meaningless. So we need life before we can exercise our political office. We need life before we can enjoy any derivative of right to fair hearing, right to dignity of person. So if your life is not intact, there's no way you can ventilate your grievance. And also, it's also very important for us to know what the court at Gwagwalada did. Comrade Ikenga, that won the House of Rep in Imo, his life was threatened. He rushed to court and he sought for the protection of the court few days before the election, and he won the election. So anyone that feels that his life is threatened should approach the court to enforce his fundamental right. Even Emefiele, when he felt that his right was being threatened by DSS, based on the charges that is at their own purview, he approached the court. Even Federal High Court declared that he cannot issue a bench warrant for his arrest, warrant of arrest. He still went to FCT High Court to make sure that his right to dignity is protected. And court granted it. What am I trying to say? They said, this is the time for us to use the instrumentality of the law to advance Nigeria. This is the time for us to leave our ethnic settlement. If P2B can win the election in Lagos State, it shows that there's hope for every Nigerian. That irrespective of where you come from, if the people believe in you, they will damn the consequence of ethnicity, the religion factor, and vote for you. So that is a very important message that we should tell ourselves, that Nigeria is at the threshold of becoming a bigger democracy. Look at the history of every democracy. There is always an innovation. Before the black could be granted the universal sovereign, Reverend Martin Luther King fought for it. Some of them died, but they kept that they demand equal right and equal justice. And Obama fulfilled that dream, that Obama said, I have a dream. So let us nurture the dream of any of the candidates that we have, especially the supporter of P2B. Let's believe that P2B is an institution that should be respected and protected, a brand that we can showcase to the country. Do you know we can make billions of naira or dollar from P2B presentation around the globe? Have someone that they term as a trader could upstage the Jagaban in his own domain. Look at what happened in Plateau State, the volatile state. He won there. It's not because of his ethnicity. So he showed that the one Nigeria is gradually being forged, and every politician should see how to maintain their fragile peace. You do know Nigeria were actually united by a lot of factors. It's only a religious leader that use settlement. Although I'm not against prophecy, but I keep on telling people, political prophecy is different from spiritual prophecy. Before you reap anything, there must be a structure. When I say structure, as a politician since 2010, when I contested ACN and PDP, there are people that you have been carrying along under rain and sun. Those people have become your part of your estate. Whatever affect them, affect you. They are ready to believe in you. When you say, please, can you help me make sure that this person is not disappointed in this polling unit? He can give you like 10 or 15 votes to make a difference, to cover your shame. So we should believe in humanity. We should invest in humanity. We should make humanity as an article of faith. Not to know, we worship materialism so much. And this election have banished money politics.
Pause, Prof, because the visuals we are seeing on the screen there are of the National Collation Center at the International Conference Center in Abuja, where we're expecting Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, and his team to soon resume their seats to start off proceedings for today from that collation center. We understand that at the very minimum in this particular set of proceedings, 10 states are already on the queue to submit their results to the INEC chairman as chief returning officer of the Federation. Let me come to you, Ken, because we're going to still have to wrap up this segment, and I want to look at a wrap up from the viewpoint that the process is going on. Yeah. There are different views about whether it should go on or not go on, but it is going on.
And in different states.
And it continues to be. But I wanted to, follow up on what Millicent mentioned about, what the tension generated by some of the lapses that have occurred has led to. In the case, for example, of River State, where the scope there now has said, look, he has done the process. There are just 2 local governments left. But he had to spend the night at the collation center overnight today for security reasons and, threat to life. And now he's insisting that his employers, must, for this purpose, must attend to some things before he's able to continue. But it then raises the issue of he is the one who is in the eye of the storm now. There are other states that haven't submitted this. So again, broadly speaking, looking in from out, what would you say should be done now? Because we're now at the critical juncture.
Yeah, this is where actually the stakeholders come in, and I will pick my fraternity, the media. The language you should be using now should be language of moderation. Prof made a point, we should advance the nation, not advance individuals, not advance your personal causes. This is the time to speak to yourself. Above all, the nation, national peace, national interest, and national progress, and national unity. These are the things that should moderate and check the kind of language we deploy in the media. Because at this point, we are the moderating factor. The chief moderating factor now is the media. And that brings me to the issue of social media and the orthodox media. People should pay less attention to social media. And I'll give an instance here. In 1983, there was this notorious case of Moborewo versus Ajashin in Ondo State. It was caused by the media. Ondo State Broadcasting Service, both the radio and the TV. They said they even went to their local language, inciting people against Moborewo. A study was done, investigation was set up, and they indicted the media. The local media there, they incited that violence. You see the case in Kenya between Kibaki and Raila Odinga in 2007, just in 2007 here, where media took positions. This one is from Kikuyu, the other one is Luo ethnic group, 2 ethnic groups, and the media took positions along these ethnic groups. And they set up a conflagration in Kenya that killed over 100 people. In the case of Ondo that I'm talking about, Nigeria here, over 60 people were reported dead in that 1983 carnage.
And quite a number of them never recovered.
Never recovered. Politically, some families never even recovered from the loss of their loved ones. What I'm saying is that we should consider national interest, national unity. Because at the end of the day, there has to be a Nigeria for us to have a democracy. If we now begin to inflame the polity in the manner that is dancing to the tune of the youth, we should moderate the thoughts of the youth. Yes, they are excited, they are agitated. People have different reasons to believe in what they believe in. Very good reasons to be angry, justifiably so or unjustifiably so. But in our anger, let us remember the rule of law. Because I feel cheated does not mean I should take the laws into my hand. Prof said it, there are mediation channels for you to remedy what you think was the damage done to you. So I'm appealing to my colleagues in the media, let us speak that language that will moderate and temper the polity. If we don't do that, if we set this country ablaze again, we have not fully recovered from NSAS. Let us face the truth. We have not fully recovered, and we still make a reference to it. Because we didn't suffer so much, look at the corporates that had their own buildings and stores, everything damaged. Some of them have not recovered, no matter the insurance, no matter the whatever tokens from government, different governments, you still cannot recover from that shock. People lost their loved ones. So
they lost their lives. Those lives
that
will never come back.
Which is the primary. And we don't want to go to that level again. So I will appeal that we allow this process to run its full course. The judiciary is always there for you. And he mentioned it there. We have seen governors. Rotimi Amechi was governor for 8 years. He never contested the election. Others were beating themselves. He just went and cooled off somewhere. And when they have won election, and they even sworn in somebody, he just appeared from wherever and said, during the primary, I was the rightful candidate. And he was able to prove it. And that, which he never fought for, was just dropped on his laps. And he was governor peacefully for 8 years. We have seen senators.
And that comes from following the process.
Because
at the process, he was able to establish with evidence.
Yes. It is when you follow the process that you can even gather more evidence. When you agitated within the period of that process, you'll overlook a lot of things. He just said something, which I said before. It is evidence before the court is what your polling unit agent submits. That is evidence that the judge will look at.
Couldn't they, the political parties who didn't have their agents at the polling units, couldn't they get them from IREV?
No, they can get whatever they get from IREV, but I'm saying what was uploaded to IREV. Nobody was there for you to certify that that was the true reflection of the voting pattern in that polling unit.
Well, it's 2 minutes to 2, and we're still expecting INEC to tell us
to come on. No, we're still waiting. It's a waiting game. But Prof, as we wait, I think that, well, of course, by the way, what you have there are the live pictures from.
Okay, go ahead.
Those are live pictures from the International Conference Center, where you have the National Coalition Center of INEC for the presidential election. But Prof, I was going to say that even as we're waiting for this, we're going into the process now. Mr. Ogbeche has spoken about the media's role, in the language of moderation. But the media, language of moderation is one thing. There is, what others are saying elsewhere, and that seems to be, because what essentially the media does is to report what others do. What others do is as important as what the media is reporting. But can I ask you to speak a little to that? We don't have much time because I may need to come in and cut you short at any point to go to the ICC if they start. But could you speak to that aspect even as we wait for this all-important event?
Yes. And before I speak to that aspect, you were trying to ask my fellow panelists there whether INEC can provide agent. It's not the function of INEC to provide agent for a political party. That is what the Constitution provide for freedom of association and for a political party to be registered from section 220 to 224. There is a geographical sphere that a political party is expected to cover, so that it will not just become an NGO that exists in a let me say briefcase political party. So because you were asking, without the evidence from the political party, even in Abubakar versus INEC, the court said that even if the court is at the arena to see whatever happened, that they are precluded to act on the evidence that they saw, that it must come from the party agent. So, and also like also the aspect that you talk, the moderation can even come from individual. If, for instance, you yourself, you believe that, okay, let me give this government whoever win another chance of whether he can change the economy fortune in the midst of the protest. That protest too, I believe in protest, but protest should be within the legal framework. Protest should be a legal framework and not using the way to say, we are not going to agree, whether you like it or not. If it's not my candidate that do not win, then there's no Nigeria. That's when it becomes treasonable felony. So we must guide and moderate the way we use. And that is why our religious leader should, at this time, see how they can calm nerves. And you know, when you say, okay, for instance, as a Christian, you said, why is this pastor saying that? They will say, what of the Gumi? Have they arrested him? What of Erufa? Have they arrested him? The fact that one is making provocative statements does not give a license to other person to be making those statements that can lead to uncontrollable crisis. Like if you look at what happened in Sri Lanka, some protest that if you don't control can lead to the end of that government. And that is why it's time for the government to see how Section 2, Subsection 2 of the 1999 Constitution has amended. The corporate existence, the national security should be a topmost priority. Look at what happened when Fani Kao, they said that he had from grapevine that there's going to be a coup. DSS promptly invited him. So any statement by anybody should be censored. Is this war capable of leading to breakdown of law and order? If it is, no matter who the person is, caution him. Look at what happened recently. A pastor wanted to demonstrate a spiritual program and they brought AK-47. The police acted, and it was before he made undertaking and apologized to the church that he doesn't want to embarrass them as it were, but he wanted to demonstrate. You can make illustration without inviting violence. And like I say, and what Oshomole say in 2007, that politics is a balance of violence, especially in Africa. So no political party has monopoly of violence. So nobody should threaten anybody with violence. And threatening ourselves with violence will not lead to the prosperity that we are yearning. We ought to be lifted from the poverty headquarters of we are now currently poverty headquarters of the world, when the president Buhari promised that 10 million persons will be lifted from poverty, but the reverse is the case. But look at what the Naira redesign. I was the first person to suit CBN that Naira redesign is sophisticated and is capable of causing undue hardship. The minute they got the wind of the case was assigned on the 27th, they made adjustment on the 29th and extended it. Then merely the Supreme Court matter was instituted. I have looked at it that they have already granted my relief. What am I trying to say? If we feel that any agency is threatening the peace and prosperity of Nigeria, it's time for men of goodwill to challenge that agent, to challenge that agency, so that everybody will feel secure. That's what I have to say about moderating.
Very
Where's
important.
our spirit?
Very important, Prof. And we thank you for that. Even as we continue the wait, it's now after 2. It's about 5 or 6 minutes after 2.
4 minutes after.
And we're still waiting on the INEC chairman and the rest of the team to gather at the National Coalition Center in Abuja for the purposes of resuming the coalition exercise for this election. But Ken, back here in Lagos, I mean, this would ordinarily be very exciting times. We are discussing all the issues around it, but the mere fact that as a journalist or as a media person, you're following the process from the pre-voting, all the drama, the primaries, and whoever emerges, how they bring together everybody else, and then the lead up to the elections, this issue of polling agents and what they do and all of that, what Prof has spoken to about familiarity with the process and the laws governing the process. And then now this would ordinarily be exciting times. But if we are to look at it strictly from the viewpoint of someone who is a witness to history, this is yet another transition taking place, because that seems to be obscured by all these other things that we are discussing. This is yet another transition. This democratic process, 1999 to now, about going to 24 years, the longest ever. So perhaps, as one of our guests yesterday said, perhaps we shouldn't beat ourselves too much, sometimes we should pull out some of the nuggets of achievement in all of this, even as we argue and continue to debate all the other issues. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, I think so. And I think he alluded to it. For instance, the fact that somebody, a Peter Obi, who just came from nowhere, joined a party that was not on anybody's radar, and took this party on his wings, literally, and is flying all over the Federation. That a Peter Obi, who you can even say is running as an independent candidate, quote and unquote, came to Lagos and unseated a Jagaban to defeat the person who built Lagos and the person Nigerians see as the owner and landlord, quote and unquote, of Lagos State, and somebody who has never been defeated here. For somebody from that kind of a minor party to come here and defeat it tells you that democracy is evolving, the electorate are also evolving, and you look at where Peter Obi has won. He won in Abuja. Now, these are cosmopolitan Nigerian centers, city centers, where you have the whole Nigeria, everybody in Nigeria, every part of Nigeria is represented here. What it tells me is that Nigerians are tired of the old brigade. Nigerians now of all walks of life, of all tribes, of all tongues, because they are in Lagos here and they are in Abuja, and they are the ones that put Peter Obi ahead of others. And Peter Obi, like I said, is running like an independent candidate. Apologies to Labour, but that's what it appears now, because Labour was never any party that anybody could say will upstage the stage. But somebody got in there. They've always had their candidates before, but somebody now got in there. Somebody that is loved, like he said, apart from Jesus Christ and other people, no other person. He's a lucky guy, no doubt about that. He is loved because he came and is speaking a different language. We saw it in Ruto in Kenya. We saw it in Emmanuel Macron in France. They didn't have so much of political experience. They didn't have much of that gravitas, political gravitas and pedigree. I mean, it's the Odinga family and what's the other family in Kenya? That two dynasties.
That's right.
So Ruto just came from the blues.
Kenyatta.
Yes, Ruto came from the blues and upstaged them. The two dynasties were dismantled immediately. Now we are seeing that happen here. Whether Peter Obi emerges winner at the end of the day or not, what has happened is that a consciousness, a new political consciousness has been raised in Nigeria. A new generation of Nigerians have now come to get involved in the polity and in the politics of their country.
And a strong message has been sent.
A strong message has been sent to anybody that's not performing. Prof used the state as example, where you have 4 governors now who contested to be senators, sitting governors with all their power, money, and influence and affluence, lost. They lost to, some people lost to their aides, people who served them, they were servants yesterday. You lost to them. It tells you that there's a change in the system. There's a political re-engineering that's happening in the Nigerian political troposphere, and I'm happy about it. Really, I am happy about it, because what it does that it tells those people that have stayed away, good men that have stayed away, that they can come in. There's a space for you and there's a role for you. Because these are
some of the key points.
Yes, where good men refuse to act, that's where the bad guys take over the stage.
Indeed. Just to point out that even as we wait, the lights have now come on. So I guess, proceedings are getting closer, because the lights have now come on in the International Conference Center, where the National Coalition Center is. The lights have come on there. But just to...
And if you even see, there's some activity at the top of the stage as well, on the right side of your...
Okay, on the right hand, yes, on the right
screen.
hand.
So,
and I'm informed that the coalition officers from some of the states that we mentioned are also walking in. There's a holding area where they put them, which is, I think, to the side, where, in other words, would have used the word quarantine, where they quarantine them until they've delivered their results, so that contamination at that point is going to be difficult.
And who knows, we might be in for a surprise where we can have almost all the states done today.
Yes, well, it might end up being that way, because even while we were talking in this segment, 2 more results came in the Ebonyi and Delta results have both come in, and I'm sure their scope will be on their way now to Abuja to join the others already on the queue here. And just to let our viewers know that in both those states, the Labour Party's candidates, Mr. Peter Biya, picked up their victor. So let's go there. Let's go there.
At 11 a.m. and then I came out and reviewed the time to 2 p.m. We still want to review the time once again. This is because we have almost 7 state collation officers for the presidential election around. We have around 4 of them that have landed at the airport and are on their way to the National Collation Center. And then we have around 5 that are already airborne. So we have decided as a commission to have a substantial number of the state collation officers for the presidential election so that the moment we begin the collation, we can just go on a stretch and take a substantial number of those who have arrived. We just don't want to take 3 or 4 and then go on break and then come out and begin to take the rest. We just want to begin and go very, very far before we talk of any break. So I plead with you to still give us some time. We are definitely going to come out at 3:30 p.m. To begin the collation. Around 5 of them are ready. And as I was speaking now, I saw the resident electoral commissioner for Kogi State and the scope for Kogi State arrive. So most of them are just arriving. We are expecting Plateau. Anambra has gone to the airport, and so many of them are already on their way. So I crave your indulgence to give us up to 3:30 p.m. Before we resume a collation. Thank you so much.
Again, you have the INEC National Commissioner for Voter Education and Publicity announcing a 4th postponement to the kickoff of today's proceedings. As he himself pointed out, it was initially scheduled for 11, then it was pushed to 12, then it was pushed to 2, and now he's talking about pushing it to 3:30 p.m. And he gave an explanation that they are hoping that they will have quite a substantial number of the scopes from the various states. Some of them are airborne. Some of them have just landed at the airport in Abuja and on their way to the collation center. There are others who are now headed for the airport in their various states to come to Abuja. That's so they want to give them some time so that a substantial number of them would have reported at that venue, the International Convention Center in Abuja, before they recommence. One will, of course, only hope that come that 3:30, as he has indicated, a large number of the scopes would have arrived at the venue. The tension and the anxiety is overwhelming, even though many of those results have already been announced at the state level, but then they don't become, official results. The process of them becoming official results is not completed until they are received and accepted at this venue here. So that, I think, to some extent, is what is driving this.
Which is another way of validating whatever was said at the state level. Because if you have the figures at the state level, I mean, I think it was, I don't know which of our guests this morning was saying, I think, Mr. Gweche also spoke to it, that look, okay, I think it was one of
Prof,
our
it might also be Prof.
Said, look, the evidence, yes, it was Prof. The evidence is the result at the ward level. At the polling unit, beg your pardon, at the polling unit. That is the hard copy that is the evidence of the voting, not even the one on IREV. IREV is just to confirm the same thing. So it's like the figures would have been confirmed quite a few times, confirmed at the ward level, at the polling unit level,
Uploaded, so that one is there.
uploaded, that one is there, then confirmed again at the ward level, confirmed at the polling,
at the local government level, at the state level,
at the local level.
Here in Abuja, all those confirmations will be reconfirmed again and validated at the national. Right.
So it's quite a stretch. Well, Prof, there are those who would wonder, okay, so what do we make of this waiting game? What do you make of it?
How do you view your waiting? We're all waiting, and I know that you are not immune from that.
First and foremost, we must appreciate the workload of the umpire. And also, we should also look at the location too. And even there's a valid point that you have made. These results are known already, but it's just for authentication to be adopted and become official, because there's already a returning officer for the presidential at the national level. So it's not a waiting game to me as it were, because it does not make sense to be taking those results in piecemeal, at least so that before that 3:30, almost all the state results should be available for announcement and other for collation and declaration at this particular National Collation Center. So all I will say appeal to all of us is that let us even cross-check. That's why there's a situation room in the various political parties, and they already know their fate. And that is why you see the joint press conference, because they know that the result have not favored them. It's just like somebody that have seen a result before even the day of judgment. You know whether you are going to dance or not, because even at the time of cross-examination, at the time you are making your written submission or adopting it, you know whether the case is going to favor you or not. So the judgment is just an affirmation. So what is happening in National Collation Center is affirmation of what have transpired at the various polling unit and also at the various senatorial district, from the senatorial district to even the state collation center. Because now, if you look at this transmission, why Nigeria is worried, we do respect INEC invested so much on electronic transmission of the result. So what happened to the gadget have been a question, but we should also know that even in a formidable IC tech or high tech country like US and Russia, the cyberspace can be hacked. So now that we are in a time of volatility, in the time where people suspect that how can they compromise the INEC server and other particular stuff, whatever is happening, I'm not holding brief to INEC as much as I'm saying that they have assured Nigeria that they have invested so much in ICT. We ought not to have this disappointment. But now that we have it, what do? What you cannot change, you just change your attitude and embrace what is happening. Otherwise, a lot of people will have unnecessary high blood pressure. And if we are not alive to see the end of this thing, then the benefit of any dividend of democracy cannot accrue to us. So everybody, irrespective of your political alignment, irrespective of the result that you are aware of, let's not look at it as a delay plot. Let's look at it as a holistic way of at least maybe before maybe this session, if all the results can be announced and we know who is the president-elect, because that declaration is very, very fundamental. Like what happened during Humphrey Wosu, just a directive that led to the election becoming conclusive, and before we know it, June the annulment came in. But under the democracy, because we know it was military era, there cannot be an annulment in this election. It can only be inconclusive if the margin of winning and the area that they disputed area, and so that will not lead to differentializing the electorate in those areas, that the INEC may make the election inconclusive. But if the margin of winning and the PVC collected in those areas will not upstage the result available, the winner the president-elect must be made known to Nigeria so that we start planning. This February 28th. We barely have about 91 days to handing over. So we must get reassurance. And also, I want Nigeria also to be their brother's keeper. We make things difficult for ourselves and we blame the government. The government stopped the importation of rice, turkey, and frozen tea to encourage production, but we hacked the price in order to make the government look as if they're unconcerned. Now, I told somebody the cost of palm oil in Benue State is 400 or 500, but in Abuja today, it's still 1,100. Why has that price not changed by the middlemen? Is it because of the transportation? Go to Edo State, the palm oil, the price have reduced, but we always try to make things difficult for ourselves. So in calming the nerves, I'm trying to say that there's hope for everybody. If we can come and support, like the panelists in the Lagos say, Obi is more like an independent candidate. Look, there's no much financial structure. There's no much, the senator, at least, it's only one House of Rep from Akwa Ibom that I've had under the platform of Labour Party so far. I'm not aware of other yet. But look at the massive movement, change that he has created. So we should rejoice over the result of this election.
Indeed, Prof. Let me come to Lagos.
I may not be satisfied.
Prof, let me come to Lagos.
From my,
Prof, let me come to Lagos. Let me put you on a pause there and come to Lagos. Ken, yesterday Ayo coined something that I like very much, and we have been using since then, which is that as we are collating results as well, we should also be collating the lessons for future. Because again, in less than 2 weeks' time, even before the 91 days that Prof was referring to, in another 10 or 11 days' time, we will be back here again for another round of this process. Depending on who you ask, it's more complicated than even this one, even though the stakes for this one may be higher. And then that one involves more people, you know, at lower levels. What for you are, even as we wait for these announcements, and as Prof has pointed out, this is authentication really, because most of the results that they are coming here to present, we already know them. We've announced them, we've said them already, but this is what for you are the lessons so far to be drawn from this exercise?
I think the lessons for all the stakeholders. Primarily, let me start from the umpire. INEC should know that you don't change rules in the middle of any game. If you cannot do it, don't say, I will do it. You have to be sure, cocksure, that your technology has integrity before you say, I'm deploying this particular technology. You have to be sure that the personnel you are hiring, whether it's your direct staff or ancillary or what we call ad hoc staff, that you have trained them enough and you have imbibed a culture of integrity into them, and that they know that when they go commit any infraction, there is culpability and there is punishment for that. Because sometimes what you have seen that people are learning on the job on that day, how to even do this. How some people were guiding a presiding officer on how to do one thing on a BVC, or a BVAS machine. Yeah. It shouldn't be so. You don't learn it on that day. You ought to have trained them well. That's number one. And then you look at the political parties, and we can't stop talking about them. And it says something. The Constitution says that you must achieve a certain spread before you can be registered as a political party. Stop going for registration if you know you exist in one room and parlor somewhere or in somebody's briefcase. A political party is called a national political party. We're not running regional governments. We run a federation. So your party must have a national spread. That is actually why we don't have these issues of polling agents. Some people don't have polling agents representing them. That's one lesson for them, because if you don't have anybody representing you, speaking for you, seeing for you, and hearing for you, you have shortchanged yourself ab initio. That's for the political parties. One other thing they must do is political education, educating the electorate. And that political education is everybody's business, from INEC to the political parties. There was an incident with Labour. They said the Labour has there was nothing like LP in their logo. Now, go and check the law. It is what you send to INEC that they print. INEC never generated logo for anybody. You have your logo. Send us your logo. It's okay, printer. If you want what you want to print, you send to the printer. Printer prints what you sent. You send something that doesn't have LP, but just have those human characters. That's all you sent. And they were the ones to first complain. And INEC had to explain to them, this is what you said to us. So there is need for that internal vigilance among political parties, that you have done your homework very well, and that what you are putting your best foot forward, and what you are giving out is what you actually want.
Just my apologies.
Yes.
Sincere apologies. This issue that you just raised now about what you sent to INEC and what INEC posted or printed.
Yeah.
This information may not be known to the electorate, who would have and hold the opinion that INEC wants to, what's the word they use now?
Circumscribe the viability of the political party.
Because what they have been, all of the campaigns that's been going out is you will see Papa, Mama, Pekin, and then you see LP.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, if what you're saying is anything to go by, then they will see the items, the icon, but they will not see the
that complaint came up, and INEC said, you sent it to us, and we printed what you sent. So that's also.
Should INEC, since INEC knows, I'm just trying to see.
To play the devil's advocate.
Since INEC, for instance, knows that, look, there is no logo without a name, could INEC have gotten back and said, guys, you didn't send us a name to your party?
Well, but even if INEC didn't go back, as long as it came from you and it came from the proper channel, I would take it that this is what you want, how you want your dress to be made.
But
INEC is like a tailor.
INEC didn't register an organization with a logo without a name.
No, but if you are, it's a logo. You call it a logo.
Yeah.
If you want your logo not to have a name, it's your style.
Well, the logo is not completed without that. So it's an icon. It's a logo icon.
Yeah.
It's not completed without the name.
No. That logo is a symbol.
Okay.
Every logo is just a symbol of what represents you. So if you send me a logo that doesn't have your name, I will take it that you don't want your name there, but you prefer this logo or these figures more than anything else. And I will highlight it for you. That's what I will give you. So the political parties must also learn this lesson from themselves. And then the electorate. People must come to the realization that every election is not war. You have a right to choose party A and candidate A. The other person has a right to choose party B and candidate B. Your right must not clash with the other person, and you must not force your right on me. That is the beauty of democracy. The fact that I have a right to choose. You must respect that right and also respect your own right to choose. And it doesn't matter who you are choosing. I can choose somebody, they say, that man is blind now, he's leading a party. That's my choice. You respect it. As much as I respect yours. The Nigerian electorate must grow to that level where we respect one another's choices. It's very important. Because some of the frictions you see, like what they call cyberbullying, that the Commissioner of Police in Rivers said is now translated to offline bullying. That is reality bullying. It's because of this. Why are you supporting this person? I have to support the person because I have to support. That's my choice. You respect the fact that I have to support this person. And I also respect the fact that you have your own person to support. So we must come to that realization that it is a plural system, a plural society, and it is called participatory government. It gives me room to participate as much as it gives you room to participate. So let us respect one another's choices. It's important. Okay. And then the CSOs and the media.
We have to step in. I'm being told by our producers that we have to go to Port Harcourt in River State for that. There's a briefing that is about now happening. Okay, well, I'm told that they're still setting up. So that was Ken, as always, I want to thank you for your time. Prof. Alaba in our Abuja studios, want to thank you as well, both of you, very, very much. It would have been the icing on the cake if what ended this segment was the
comments that they have.
Yeah, of the and the coalition in fact had started. But let's just thank you very much for being with us, and do enjoy the rest of your Tuesday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Well, Well, let's now head to Rivers, where we promise you that a briefing is about to begin.
Look at the back. At the back. Okay. Use the one. Let me. Okay. Good afternoon, all. The Commissioner of Police, CP Aderemi Adoye of Rivers State, other service commanders or heads that are here, the party agents that are here, the media, civil society, observers, ladies and gentlemen, this is a press briefing from the Resident Electoral Commissioner, Rivers State. The Independent National Electoral Commission, Rivers State, has been notified of the threat to life of the State Collation Officer for the presidential election in Rivers State, Professor Ted Charles Adias, the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Otueke. I want to urge the public and our critical stakeholders to know that the function of the State Collation Officer is just to collate results of elections conducted at the various local government areas of the state. He is not a supervising presiding officer nor a presiding officer that conducts election at the polling units. He is only collating results already collated at the local government area level that cannot be changed except by the verdict of an election tribunal. I urge those concerned to cease forthwith in unleashing threats because his job does not involve accreditation, voting, counting, computation, validation, etc., of votes by the parties at the primary and secondary levels. I wish to draw the attention of the security agencies, especially the Election Commissioner of Police for Rivers State, that is equally a co-chairman of the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security, to this attempt to truncate the collation of presidential elections in Rivers State. In another development, I wish to notify the public that INEC Rivers State has suspended FALGA in 2 House of Representatives and Port Harcourt local government area Senate elections for alleged irregularities. The Commission will conduct thorough investigation before further actions will be taken. Signed by my very self, Dr. Johnson Alalebo Sinikem, the Resident Electoral Commissioner, Rivers State, INEC. Thank you.
Thank you, I would say that I've copied for the media to escalate this press briefing. Thank you. You may wish to step down and still rest in the comfort of the office till the situation is restored. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back from Port Harcourt, which was where we were. Those pictures were live. The resident electoral commissioner of the state was the one who was making, who was giving that briefing, talking about the very latest developments about in what areas elections had been suspended and stopped and all that, and what was to happen next. Of course, you remember that the scope of the state collation officer of the presidential election, Professor Charles Ardias, had said that he was suspending the exercise until further notice, until INEC could address some of the issues. But I'm back with Jide, and Jide is here with me in the studio. Jide, what insights have you gleaned from the results that we have now?
We're going to look at some very interesting trends and patterns, but before we go into that, there are three questions on. 2, what is happening? 3, what is about to happen? Let's start with what has happened. What has happened is we've gotten the results from 28 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The NNPP has won 1 state. The APC has won 8 states. The Labour Party has won another 8 states, and the PDP has won 10 states. Does that mean the PDP is in the lead? No, it doesn't mean so. Currently, the APC total votes scored across its 28 states and the FCT, 7.2 million. Total votes scored by the PDP, 5.8 million. Total votes scored by the Labour Party, 4.2 million. And total votes scored by the NNPP, 1.4 million. What does this mean? It means that the APC is currently in the lead with a margin of 1.4 million votes. That is what has happened. What is currently happening is that the APC's 8 states, Kwara, Jigawa, and Benue, Zamfara states, in northern Nigeria, it has also won states, Ekiti, Ondo, Ogun, and Oyo. Those are the 8 states the APC has won. The 10 states the PDP, Kebbi, Yobe, Gombe, Adamawa, Katsina, Sokoto, Bauchi, and Kaduna states. Those are the states in northern Nigeria the PDP has won, but the PDP has also won states in southern Nigeria, Osun, and Bayelsa states. What are the states the Labour Party has won? In northern Nigeria, the Labour Party won Nasarawa state, and it also won the federal capital, Abuja. In southern Nigeria, the Labour Party has won Enugu, Edo, Lagos, Cross River, Imo, Ebonyi State, Delta State, and Akwa Ibom. And the NNPP won Kano State. So that is what is happening, what is about to happen. In northwest Nigeria, out of the 7 states, we've seen 7 results. So nothing is about to happen in the northwest. In southwest Nigeria, out of the 6 states, we've seen all the results from the 6 states. Nothing is about to happen in the southwest. 4 other zones. In Nigeria's north central, we've seen only 3 states out of 6 states. We're expecting results from Plateau, Niger, and Kogi State. In Nigeria's northeast, we've seen 4 results out of 6 states. We're expecting results from Borno and Taraba. In the south-south, we've seen results from 4 states. We're expecting results from Rivers and Akwa Ibom. And finally, from southeast, we've seen 3 states out of 5 states. We're expecting results from Abia and Anambra State. What we're about to do is to focus on those 2 zones that we've gotten all the results, the northwest and the southwest, because these 2 zones are the zones that have the highest PVC collected. In the northwest, 21 million people collected their PVCs. In the southwest, 15 million collected their PVCs, and we've seen results from all these states. So what we want to look at is, were there any surprises, Laddie? What did the trends show? And then once we see the results from the other states, from the other zones, once they are complete per zone, we'll then dive into to find out, were there surprises? Should people expect any change in who is leading, or is it possible that we find some surprises as a result of the 8 outstanding states coming? Let's look at Kaduna. Kaduna, information from the commission, 4.1 million persons collected their PVCs, but from the results, we see that the PDP, Laddie, 554,000 votes. The PDP won in Kaduna. APC, less than 400,000 votes. The LP came 3rd, NNPP 4th. It was shocking. This was a bit of a surprise, especially if you look at the history of Kaduna. Let's look at what happened in Kaduna. Same presidential election in 2011. In 2011, we see Southern Kaduna holding on, PDP holding on to Southern Kaduna. CPC, held on to the Northern Kaduna in 2011. Overall, the CPC won that election in 2011. But almost the same thing happened in 2015. If we take a look at the presidential election results in 2015, again, we see Southern Kaduna, Kajuru, Kacha, Zangunka. Those local governments in the southern region of Kaduna held on by the PDP. APC eventually won because it had a lot of voters coming out in the northern region of Kaduna. 1.1 million votes for the APC in 2015. PDP scored 484,000 votes. But again, look at that same thing. Look at 2011. If you go back to 2011, we see almost the same local governments that the PDP held on to in 2011 was what it held on if we look at what happened in 2015. Now let's go into 2019 Kaduna election. We see the same pattern. So this result, yes, a bit surprising if we look at the history of the last two elections that it was APC, but looking at now that candidate Buhari is no longer on the ballot in Kaduna, we see victory for the PDP in Kaduna. Let's look at the result from Kano. The NNPP in this election was declared the winner by 997,000 votes. But we see a lot of the other parties, especially APC and PDP, picking votes in thousands. The APC, 517,341 votes in Kano. PDP, 131,716 votes in Kano. Was this surprising? Again, let's look at 2011, 15, and 19. We see in 2011, the NPP picked a few states, but then in 2011, CPC won the majority and dominated almost all the local governments. Yeah. What happened in 2015, Ladi? Not only did the APC win all the local government, not only did the APC win Kano, it won all the local governments in Kano. And in 2019, we see the APC not only won, it won all the local governments. Again, look at what happened in 2023. NNPP won. How did they do it? They picked a lot of votes from Kano Central. That is where most of the PVCs that were collected were located, Kano Central and Kano South. And that is what gave Rabi Kwankwaso the victory in Kano. What happened in Katsina, the state of the president? Katsina, the PDP won. How did they do it? They picked up a lot of votes from Katsina Central and Katsina South. APC came close. We see the margin. Lad, if you look at the margin of lead.
Yeah, not much. Not up to 7,000 votes.
Not up to 7,000. That is correct. And this is a result that will surprise a lot of people going by history. Look at what happened in Katsina in 2011 during the presidential election. You see the candidate Buhari was the candidate of the CPC in 2011. Katsina, CPC won Katsina and won all the local governments in Katsina. What happened in 2015? We see similar trends in 2015.
All the local governments.
All the local governments. Candidate Buhari won all the local governments in 2015. And in 2019, President Buhari, all the local governments. So we see Katsina as a surprise. Let's look at Kebbi. Kebbi again, the PDP won this time around in Kebbi. How did the PDP do it? They focused on two things. Kebbi North, Kebbi Central. Why did they do that? Because that is where you have the registered voters. That's where you have the bulk. But again, look at the margin. Look at that margin. Similar to what we saw previously.
Yeah.
Imagine less than 50,000 votes. How was this done? Let's look at the history of Kebbi in 2011. We see the PDP already having footprints in Kebbi since 2011. Dandi, Suru, Meyama, Fakai, Shanga. Even though the PDP lost the election in Kebbi in 2011, it still won some local governments. And those are the local governments highlighted in green that the PDP won in 2011. Above all, CPC still won Kebbi in 2011, but things started to change a bit for the PDP in 2015. 2015, things changed, and APC won all the local governments. What happened in 2019? APC won all the local governments.
Just like it did in Katsina.
Just like it did in Katsina. So Kebbi is one of the states that were surprised with the results. But again, should we be surprised? Candidate Buhari is no longer on the ballot. Let's take a look at Jigawa. The APC won in Jigawa. 421,000 votes. But what we see is we see a lot of fights, just as we've seen in other states in the Northwest. Look at the margin, laddie. Close, close. What happened? Same time in Jigawa in 2011. We'll see the trends from Jigawa in 2011, and we'll find out that the PDP lost, but it had picked some local governments. Yeah. It picked a few. Then candidate Buhari of the CPC had the majority votes, 663,000 votes, compared to PDP's 419,000 votes. What happened in 2015? Things changed. Things significantly changed for the PDP in 2015. You see that?
Yeah, the APC now dominated within all the local governments.
The APC won Jigawa and also won across every local government, not giving the PDP any room to breathe. That same trend happened if we look at what happened in 2019. The APC won all the local governments. So it wasn't too much of a surprise to see that this time around, the APC won in Jigawa. Let's look at Sokoto. And if we focus on Sokoto and we look at the results that came out from Sokoto, the PDP won. Keep an eye on what the same trend that we've seen across almost all the states in the Northwest.
In the Northwest, yeah.
PDP won less than 5,000 votes. Less than 5,000 votes across more than 400,000 people that voted. Was this a surprise? It was a tough place to defeat the APC in Sokoto. The governor is going to be an outgoing governor when the elections are held in 2 weeks. But what do the trends show? Let's look at Sokoto State in 2011. You see the PDP holding on to some local governments, even though they did not win the election. The CPC won. Candidate Buhari was the man on the ballot, 540,000 votes, compared to PDP's 309,000 votes. However, PDP in 2011 presidential election won Gudu, won Sokoto North, one Yabu, one Silame. See Tureta there, just at the bottom. The PDP had footprints all across Sokoto. But then what happened in 2015, laddie? See what happened in 2015. Candidate Buhari growing his market share, not only winning in Sokoto, winning each local government in Sokoto. As we round up Sokoto, we need to look at another zone that we've seen all the results. Let's look at Lagos.
Now we're coming to the Southwest.
We're coming to the Southwest and probably should end with Lagos. The Labour Party winning Lagos, 582,000 votes. Margin of lead over the APC, just about 10,000 votes. Just about 10,000 votes. And we see the PDP in distant third. Distant third. Less than 100,000 votes.
Second.
They used to be second. Look at the trends. Let's look at what happened in Lagos in 2011 as we round up. The PDP owned Lagos. The only local government the ACN then won in 2011 was Ibejuleki, but things started to change for the PDP in 2015.
Of course, this was for the presidential election.
This was for the presidential election, yes.
We need to make that clear to our viewers.
And in 2015, the PDP was only able to hold on to few local governments: Ojo, Ajeromi, Falodun, Amuwo, Mushin, Oshodi, Solo. 2019, similar trends. The PDP was able to also hold on to Etiosa. But what we see is this time around, the Labour Party winning Lagos and winning and getting big numbers across all those local governments.
Yes.
So that is the situation as of today. Let's not forget, we're still expecting 8 states. The candidate of the APC, Bola Tinubu, is in the lead by 1.5 million votes. However, the NNPP has won 1 state. The APC has won 8 states. The PDP, 10 states, the Labour Party, another 8 states. So those are the 28 states that we currently have. But don't forget, the winner wouldn't be declared by the number of states you win. You'll be declared Ayo by the margin of victory.
I felt him actually right behind me. I actually thought he was one of those making the declaration.
No, exactly. So when he mentioned my name, I was a little surprised. Well, it's not to say that until we have the final figure, we can't really say anything.
No, we can't.
Which is what
8 more states. 8 more states.
And those 8 more states were waiting.
Allow me to correct this young man. The name of that town in Lagos is Ojo. Ojo is in Ibadan. Just so you know.
Excuse my French.
But just to quickly inform our viewers about that, we kept talking about that joint
press conference between the Labour Party and the
PDP. In fact, the ADC is also
part
joined
of
them.
that.
So the three political parties, the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, the Labour Party, and the African Democratic Congress, are calling for the cancellation of the just concluded presidential and National Assembly elections in the country. At that joint conference, a joint press briefing in Abuja, chairmen of the three parties say they have lost confidence in the process because the elections were compromised. They also agree that their parties would no longer be part of the coalition process at the ICC Abuja. The three parties also passed a vote of no confidence on the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, and asked him to step down and allow a more credible Nigerian to conclude the process. The parties also have a message for the president, asking him to intervene to fulfill his promise to Nigerians to leave a legacy of integrity by ensuring a free and fair elections.
Indeed, there we have it, the summary. Those are visuals from the briefing, of course, that held a little while earlier on today. But back to you, Jide. Now, what you've given us is the picture that we have as at now.
That is correct.
At this point. Now, it is unlikely that this picture will change even if and when we eventually go to the National Coalition Center, because as you said at the beginning, these are results that we've already received and that have been announced at the states, and that what they're taking to Abuja are these results. So nothing is likely to change about this from that event. What those 8 states were still waiting for, we're waiting for their declaration from the states to make our picture complete.
Laddie, it'll be easier for
Here we go.
A camel, a donkey, or a fish?
Here we go again.
No, you talked about the picture changing. I'm about to tell you that it will be easier for an ant to eat an elephant than for these results to change.
That's practically impossible.
Yeah, that's where he's going, I guess.
Because these results were released by INEC. So it's going to be INEC versus INEC. So that's what we have. A lot of viewers are excited. 28 states, out of the 28 states, the NNPP has won 1, the Labour Party has won 8, the APC has won 8, the PDP has won 10. But despite PDP winning the most states, it is still not in the lead. The APC is in the lead. Relative to the PDP, the APC has a margin of 1.5 million votes. The number one question on the lips of Nigerians is that we're expecting 8 states. Will the PDP be able to catch up from these 8 states? Laddie, what do you think?
Well, that would be difficult for me to weigh in on because I'm here with you. I don't have as much insight. Yes, and I definitely have as much insights as you do. But I do know that that picture is likely to be better populated as time goes on.
We are getting news of, more information happening. It's kind of like by the minutes, by the seconds. I believe another press conference that's about to begin.
And just to also wrap up the joint press conference that we talked about.
Indeed, let me just say that, Jide, thank you. As always, insightful. I've learned a lot from that. I want to thank you, I'm sure our viewers have. But also to point out that we are going to bring you the press conference we just referred to, the press conference that Ayo gave a summary of between the Labour Party, the PDP, and the ADC, which held a little while ago in Abuja. That is how we're going to wrap up this segment. Millicent and Ayo, the 3 musketeers along with me.
We'll hand over, I think from the press conference,
the
other 3
after the press conference, we'll be handing over to our Abuja crew, who I can see already seated, Maupe, Chamberlain, and of course, Delta. But for now, let's go to that press conference, PDP, Labour Party, and ADC held earlier on in Abuja.
was on the strength of this provision in our Electoral Act that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, introduced the BIVAS technology. So, the expectation of the majority of Nigerians was that INEC was going to conduct the 2023 election in compliance with both the Electoral Act. Unfortunately, INEC recapitulated on that promise and conducted the election with the usual crude standards that predates the introduction of BIVAS machine. This election is not free and far from being fair or transparent. This election is not free and far from being fair or transparent. There's ongoing extensive cancellation of results all over the country, especially in the areas of strength of opposition parties, shock of the numbers of the ruling APC. The total number of cancellations to date nationwide has, in any event, rendered the elections incomplete. We have therefore arrived at the conclusion that the presidential election of Saturday, February 25, 2023, conducted by Independent National Commission, INEC, under the leadership of Professor Sakamakon, has been irretrievably compromised, and we have totally lost faith in the entire process. People's Democratic Party, Labour Party, ADC, and all other allied parties shall not be part of the process currently going on at the national elections. And we demand that this sham of an election should be immediately cancelled. We also call for a fresh election. We also call for a fresh election to be carried out within the window allowed by the Electoral Act and in accordance with the laid down INEC procedure for the conduct of the 2023 general election. We similarly call on the international community to note that the results being declared at the National Collation Center have been heavily doctored and manipulated and do not reflect the wishes and aspirations of Nigerians expressed at the polls February 25, 2020. We also wish to declare a vote of no confidence on the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, and his conduct and reaction to the complaints of the enfranchised political parties. We believe that he lacks the integrity and moral standing to continue to oversee the process to a conclusion. We are therefore calling for Professor Yakubu, or Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, to step aside from his role as INEC chairman and for a credible personality from outside the commission to take his place and see this process to a conclusion that will be acceptable to all stakeholders and will restore the confidence of the international community in the democratic process. And we have a responsibility to the millions of Nigerians who put their faith in our parties and our presidential candidates to defend our country from the forces that seek to tear us apart. We are calling on President Muhammadu Buhari, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to stand by his promise to Nigerians to bequeath a legacy of free, fair, transparent, credible elections to the country. President Muhammadu Buhari, this is the time. This is a time of great tests of your integrity. Use your office to save Nigeria from this electoral mismanagement and save your legacy from the forces that seek to mar your democratic. Calling on Nigerians to continue to believe in the promise of Nigeria. Join us in defending the integrity of our country and defend our democracy. Thank you.
Labour deserve another round of applause. With the fluency of that delivery, I was expecting that by the time the Labour chairman was running up, would have just said, my name is James Julius, so, I mean, NTA reporting from, please, another round of applause. That is the position of the three political parties that are here, and by extension, the position of majority of Nigerians, home and abroad. And the meat of it all is that asks that the national chairman of INEC step aside because he has spent his integrity capital. And we are saying that a credible Nigerian will be invited to conclude the process. So before we go into question and answer series, I want to invite the chairman of the ADC to also just make a closing comment. The chairman of PDP did an opening comment, gave his opening comment. Chairman of the ADC will give his closing comment. Then we'll take a few questions. But please, before I invite the chairman of the ADC, I want to play a 1 minute video where you listen to the voice so that you, the media here, can just oppose what Mahmoud Yakubu said in November last year and what he's doing in February. What Mahmoud Yakubu said in November last year and what is
section of the media that the commission has decided to jettison the uploading of polling unit level results at the real time of election day. It should please be disregarded as fake news. The commission will upload polling unit level results, and citizens will have access to those results in real time as we upload the polling units. This innovation was introduced by the commission, but the commission cannot turn around undermine itself. So this technology has happened today. Will upload polling unit level results, and the polling unit citizens will have the right to view these results. After all, we are listening the citizens. How can we deprive citizens from access to the results of the process conducted by them at the level of polling units? So I welcome you to the commission. I want to assure you and reassure you that the 2023 general election is going to be our best ever elections. We are committed to the risk as by Nigerians for the time. I reassure you that the 2023 general election is going to be our best ever elections. We are committed to the risk as by Nigerians for the time the outcome of elections. Nothing more, nothing to do.
Thank you very much. They say facts don't lie. So that was the voice of Yakubu, and we will just oppose that with what is happening in Nigeria today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have our hands together for the chairman of this.
You can see this is from the left. Unfortunately, I have code. So the new teacher is here. Okay, thank you very much. I have very little to add to what has been said. We are in agreement, we should take it here. And I think every other Nigerian is in tune with what we are pursuing. If elections are free, fair, credible, transparent enough, you will not have agitations coming up. And for the fact that people are gathered here, we're talking in this manner, it shows that lots of question marks have been raised. And there is every need that these issues are addressed in the way and manner that were presented, so that Nigerians will eventually accept the results of the elections as the will of the people. We're not asking for anything extraordinary. We're asking that the laid down rules that have been set out to be followed in total and to the last step. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, fine. Oh, it's just that it's not for the cameras. Thank you.
Very glad to meet you, sir. My name is Peter. I work for BBC World News. This is an extraordinary press conference, but are you guys not jumping the gun? The country has a constitution. There is a method of redress. If that's what you want. Why not let, and this is just a journalist's question, why don't you let the process run its course and then seek redress in the courts as the Constitution provides?
Thank you very much. We are going to note your question, but it's more of a directive than a question. Because you ask a question and thank you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Chike Oku. Oh, sorry, please. I wish I could want to write on existing protocols. No, that's what I do. My name is Dr. Chike Oku, and I speak not only for the disability community, I speak as a fellow of the Institute of Leadership and Management, Manpower Development. So I speak as a leader. We're not fools. We're definitely not fools. An election was held. I had told the same Professor Mahmoud that there's a technology that we can add to it called blockchain technology. You all know it. When you upload those information, nobody will blockchain technology. You all agree with me? I think you should get it. We don't have to wait for it. There's an institute called, there's an association called the Chartered Institute of Transport and Logistics. They are the best when it comes to logistics management and transportation. We don't need charlatans like what we have to well, I'm sorry, please forgive me. But we don't need those kind of, in this country today, I mean, look at all of us here. We have the paramilitary who are trained on precision management. The road safety is there. And all the, so okay, please. The question I want to ask here. INEC, please, you lost an opportunity to capture data of persons with disabilities on that day. We came out and you promised us that you were going to give us a form E4. We didn't have that. And we gave you our data. I, as a person with disability, got to my own point of voting. And I asked for this form after voting. It was not there. So many other people. Those who told you they needed magnifying glasses, you didn't provide. Please, can you answer us and tell us the deaf did not have interpreters telling them what to do? So many of us were disenfranchised on that day. As we want to go further from now, INEC, please put up your thinking cap, tidy up your house, and get this thing properly done.
Thank you very much. We'll take the first set of 3 questions and we'll take response. Then we'll come back on and do it. We'll take the first set of 3 questions. We'll take response. Then we'll come back on the last set of 3. Leo.
Welcome back to the 2023 verdicts, our continuing coverage of the general elections. We apologize for that frozen images from that press conference by coalition of political parties making their voices heard about their unhappiness concerning the process. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chamberlain Uso.
Indeed, it's been a really long wait. Well, still very soaked with tension. Lots of reactions. We've been saying that since yesterday. Some calling for calm, others asking for other things. I mean, that's part of the brief you're listening to there. The Labour Party, the PDP, and the, I think, ADC holding a press conference there. But sadly, the pictures are freezing. That's why we have to pause that and come back to the studios. But quite an interesting scenario we have. You know, I think that it's still quite tense, Nyota, and we'll see how things eventually pan out. Welcome, Amal Yusuf.
Indeed, the wait continues, as tense as it may be. For everyone out there, please be calm. It is said that laws are given to guide everyone. And when the laws appear not to be working as they should, there is a point where the laws are resolved, and that's the courts. But let's all be calm and go about our various activities peacefully. Welcome to the show. I'm Nel Taibe.
Well, those political parties are talking about the PDP, Labour Party, ADC, asking INEC to stop the process. They want a new independent person to continue the process. They also did ask the president to intervene in the entire process to ensure the sanctity of it all. But you know what? The INEC there's a statement from the chief press secretary to the chairman of INEC, Rotimi Oyekomi. We're going to go ahead and read that to you now. It says the call by the Labour Party and the People's Democratic Party on the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, to resign is misplaced. The allegation by Dino Melaye that the INEC chairman allocated scores to parties is unfounded and irresponsible. At the same time, contrary to the insinuation by both parties, results emanating from the states point to a free, fair, and credible process. There are laid down procedures for aggrieved parties or candidates to follow when they are dissatisfied about the outcome of an election. Such procedures do not include calling on the INEC chairman to resign or for the election to be cancelled. To be sure, aggrieved parties are free to approach the courts to ventilate their concerns and wait for the matter to be resolved. Making inciting comments capable of causing violence or unrest is unacceptable. The 2023 general election processes are in their final stages of completion. It is only fair for aggrieved parties to allow the conclusion of the process and approach the courts with their evidences to pursue their cases. That is a statement coming through from the chief press secretary to the chairman of INEC, Mr. Rotimi Oyekomi. So I guess the beat will go on because there are more conferences, more briefings scheduled by different political parties. They will speak on this matter as we progress. So there will be a lot more statements. There's been some already that came through yesterday, part of which was from the former president, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. The Peace Committee have spoken also on that matter. So it just keeps unfolding, guys.
Well, I'm looking at, we're still looking at pictures from that press conference, and it does look like the press briefing is still going on. So perhaps at some point we might be able to return to the pictures from that particular press briefing. Well, I understand that the pictures are saying, yeah, so perhaps we'll be able to look at that later. But interesting times that we've seen. Nyota, do we know how many more results have been announced since we were last here?
You know, there's this confusion out there. So the state coalition centers have done their announcement, and some some media organizations have gone ahead to publish those ones made from the state coalition centers. But the National Coalition Center is resuming at about 3:30 or thereabouts to continue with its own announcement of results. And I think that's the final one as regards to the presidency. But so far, it's been all the states have been shared across the 4 leading candidates, and not necessarily equal in number as in the votes that have been shared. But again, everyone's waiting for that thing, waiting for the final say by who is the INEC chairman, who's the returning officer for the presidential election. He's the only one that can give the final answer, so to speak. So if he hasn't said it, it's not considered final until he says it.
Well, even the lawyers argue back and forth about all of this, including the Electoral Act. They will tell you different interpretations of Section 65 of the Electoral Act, whether or not concerning the process, what is expected of the process. While some lawyers think that that section speaks about post-announcement of those results, others think, no, it is in the process, and that's why they did mention some time frame within which the chairman is expected to take certain decisions if raised by certain persons who are not happy with the procedure. So you have different perspectives concerning all of this, and that's why it's understandable why many think it is indeed time for a lot of people to be cautious, because you never can tell what could spark anything, including inaction. Inaction, too, on the part of relevant authorities, something that inaction is interpreted in a different manner, in a different way entirely. So all of that add to the mix is what just makes it a lot more challenging. But as has been said, the last time out, Mr. Festus Okoye, the Chairman, Voter Education and Information of INEC, did announce from the ICC, the National Collation Center, that they are expected to resume by 3:30. Continuation of announcement of results. They wanted a lot more people to be on the queue so they can announce more results as opposed to just announcing a few and then go to break and then come back in that staccato manner. They want a lot all packed in, and why not? Because there's been a lot of questions, and several people not happy concerning how many results have been posted on the IREF. That's part of what has sparked all of this controversy in the first instance.
Well, INEC certainly overpromised and underdelivered. I mean, for a number of people, they were really looking forward to the IRF being able to follow results. Well, maybe not real time, but, you know, as quickly as they were posted. And I don't think anybody thought that today is a Tuesday. It is certainly, you know, 72 hours since the elections were conducted in many places. Big questions as to what precisely is still happening with the IRF. INEC did admit that it had glitches with it. Question is, has it been resolved? Is it what it is that happened at the polling units and at the collation centers that is being reflected at the national level? As of yesterday, there were celebrations in many parts of the country, in some places, about the lawmakers that had been returned. And it would seem that right now, you know, some of those lawmakers, you know, positions were not exactly what we saw or what we thought we saw. So, you know, a lot of questions to be asked. I think that even the people who had predictions about how quickly or how slowly results were going to come in did not think that we're going to be seeing results just coming in at this point, that we're still going to be at the announcement of results at this point. You know, Tuesday, a number of people thought, because this really reminds me of 2015 and Chamberlain. I think in 2015, we saw the results, or we finally got wind of, I think Tuesday night was when we heard that speech given by concession speech given by former President Goodluck Jonathan. And I think the eventual results was announced on Wednesday morning, and that's when it was over. But 2019 seemed a bit quicker, and people thought that with the introduction of technology, the fact that Beavers was going to be able to take the picture polling units, people already imagined that they're going to have a very clear idea of who had emerged winner of these elections in a very clear and transparent manner, you know, before today. But looks like that is not quite happening just yet. There's plenty of debate, plenty of reaction, plenty of uncertainty around the results that are being declared. And INEC has a job of work on its hands in terms of explaining to people what has happened so far.
Okay, so I do understand that the former governor of Imo State spoke about the elections, but before we play that, I just wanted to say that a lot of people have had to go back. I even had to go back and search through the archives to see what the INEC had planned, what they had planned to do as regards this election. And I do recall that the chairman had, again, as Malpa said, promised a lot, probably had thought through the system, thought through the plan and said, okay, this is what's going to happen, this is how we're going to do it. But eventually snags. And yesterday, our guest also talked about the fact that INEC wasn't communicating as it should. If you're having a challenge, communicate to the people. Say, this is a challenge we're having immediately, so that nobody is speculating. As they say, if you don't communicate effectively, you give room for speculations. But this is a press conference where the former governor of Imo State, Mekai Ihedioha, spoke today. So let's hear what he had to say at that press conference, or after that press conference.
Our chairman has spoken, and I align myself completely with their position. However, speaking as an agent, someone asked a question there. Our parties nominated us as agents for a purpose. Our responsibilities is interrogation of the process. My duty as an agent, in my understanding, was not to go and copy results. We have agents in 36 states of the Federation and FCT. and we have agents in 774 local government areas of local government across the country. And so our duty is to compare reports from them with what is being collected here. And if you notice yesterday on live television, we made efforts to engage the chairman of INEC to hear us fairly as responsible Nigerians of high standing in society. The chairman of INEC was very recalcitrant. He said we have no such responsibility. I mean, he didn't give us any such opportunity, and we found out this. Before we left, you would have noticed that the agents of 15 political parties spoke one after the other, given our appeal to the chairman of INEC to allow and consider the request we made for interrogation of the results. And the chairman vehemently said no. And he said, we will not interrogate until they have concluded. And we smelled it right. At the point of interview, we walked up to him requesting for an interface. Again, he refused. In fact, when he came back after 3 hours of break, when he came back, the chairman reluctantly, it was a barricade. Yes, that was a barricade, and reluctantly allowed us to air our view before the complete coalition. So we did everything we could to engage as responsible citizens. I think it's a matter of debate. Now, our chairman has stated very clearly. In fact, he said what I wanted to mention. Distinguished Nigerians, there is a lot of difference between dictatorship and democracy. And we know the yearnings and expectations of Nigerians. What they want is democracy. What they want is democracy. I'll take Imo State for instance. Labour Party won in Imo. I wanted PDP to win. The Labour won overwhelmingly. And we were happy, we accepted the result as it was. But they began manipulations. And so those are the issues that we want. Integrity of the process is important. We also believe in the fact that Professor Akubu had told us these are the processes as contained in the guidelines and electoral act, and we felt it's important for us to protect the legitimacy of the process.
All right, so there you go. The Amaka here are speaking about how their deal, what they've been asking, the processes concerning their complaints. That was at the joint press conference they held earlier today. And part of what they demanded, the PDP, Labour Party, ADC, at that joint press conference, part of which was that they did ask INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu to step aside. They're asking an independent person to take over the affairs of the commission and the coalition process. The national chairman of the PDP, LP, ADC, alongside some leaders of the party, say they've lost trust in the leadership of the electoral umpire. They claim manipulation of the back end of the server and IRA portal where results are meant to be processed. And then the party leaders say their position is representative of the interest of majority of Nigerians.
Well, they're not the only one who's briefing. I think the APC Presidential Campaign Council also is briefing or has also briefed as well. They had a press conference addressed by Mr. Dele Alaki, who is a special advisor, media and strategic communications. They berated former President Olusegun Obasanjo, the PDP, Labour Party and ADC for calling for the cancellation of the presidential election. Addressing a news conference in Abuja, the Special Advisor, Media and Strategic Communications of the APC Presidential Campaign Council says a call for the cancellation of the election is a deliberate attempt to foist an interim government on the nation. He explains that the presidential election is a process that cannot be aborted by anyone, as the APC is determined to defend the mandate about to be given to their candidate, Senator Bola Tinubu. The chief spokesperson of the Tinubu-Shettima Campaign Council, Mr. Festus Keyamo, adds that the call for President Buhari's intervention on the electoral process is unknown to the law, or unknown to law, as the chairman of INEC lacks the power to review the results submitted by state collation officers. Well, quite a lot for legal analysts to ponder on when eventually they start to take a look at some of these matters. But the statement indeed issued by former President Olusegun Obasanjo yesterday, a pretty strong one, where he was asking the president, I think we can read excerpts of that particular statement. He addressed the president saying that tension is building up and he should please let all elections that do not pass the credibility and transparency test be cancelled and be brought back, with areas where elections were disrupted for next Saturday, that's March the 4th, and beavers and several officials be changed. It says to know which stations or polling units were manipulated, let a committee of INEC staff and representatives of the 4 major political parties with the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association look into what must be done to have hitch-free elections next Saturday. And he also talks about Mr. President, may your plan and hope for leaving a legacy of free, fair, transparent, and credible elections be realized. He said, don't let anyone tell you that it doesn't matter or it is the problem of INEC. Yeah. But look, different reactions. We've also seen the National Peace Committee urging peace, calling for calm. And in many instances, especially in Lagos, where yesterday we also heard the presidential candidate of the APC calling for calm as well. Well, we certainly have lots of reactions. We'll be bringing them to you much later. But right now, we're going to be going to Lagos. We understand that the news, they're going to be summarizing all of this. Okay, well, at this point, quite a lot of information to process.
Oh, yes,
at the
indeed.
same time, Chamberlain, I was sure that we're going to be going to the news, but hey, what do you know? 1 minute we're going, next minute we're not. We know that I think at 3:30, the National Collation Center is supposed to resume. Yeah. So who knows what's going to be happening now? You can see the pictures there. We are keeping tabs on what is happening. But as I was saying yesterday, we saw the presidential, beg your pardon, the National Peace Committee. I was trying to quickly, call up their own statement as well as to what they have been saying. But I'm going to quickly read a tweet because the Lagos State Police Command has also been keeping watch on what is happening in Lagos. Don't forget that the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress was also calling for calm yesterday, following reports that a number of places where there were skirmishes being reported or that it had come under attack. Well, the spokesperson of the Lagos State Police Command responded to that via Twitter handle, and he said that he was trying to clarify what actually happened. He said the Market Association agreed that shops would remain closed yesterday and today. And he said that some traders decided to renege on the agreement and open shops. He said the police arrived promptly. The hoodlums fled upon sighting police patrol vans. Not one shop was vandalized. Not one person was robbed. Not one person was injured. Normalcy was swiftly returned and officers remain on the ground. He's asking anyone who's in doubt to go and verify, and is asking people to shun fake news. So please, by all means, if you have not clarified any news, do not share it until you have the authentic version of what it is that you're sharing, because this, times really, really soaked in tension, and we continue to appeal to people to only share what it is that has been verified. We're talking about the track, beg your pardon, the speech given by the APC's Presidential Campaign Council, yes? Yeah. So I think we have that now, so you can listen to it.
The PDP and the Labour Party, whose agents walked out of the National Coalition Center in Abuja on Monday, today they continued their conspiracy to truncate our 24-year democratic journey by raising unfounded allegations against INEC, casting aspersions on the whole electoral process, forgetting the process had handed them unexpected victories in some states. We have always suspected that Labour Party and the PDP are the same. They are only divided by individual inordinate ambition. We want to remind them that election is a process, like pregnancy. And like a pregnancy that has reached full term, it cannot be aborted. We are not in 1993 when June 12 was aborted by similar forces. It is too late to do so now. This is 2023, and the entire world is watching our democratic process. The process must be completed. That is the nuance, the principle, and the convention of democracy. Election is a democratic process. It must be completed. Whoever is aggrieved has constitutional institutions to seek succor, justice, equity, or whatever. The APC-PCC wants to say emphatically that former President Obasanjo has no moral right to meddle in this election, let alone calling for its cancellation, because he's an interested party, having publicly on January 1 this year endorsed the candidate of the Labour Party.
Well, there you have it. That's Mr. Dele Alake, who's Special Advisor, Media and Strategic Communications of the All Progressives Congress Presidential Campaign Council. And I'm sure you heard him there. Very strong words for former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and also a number of other well, let's quickly bring you in. I think we can also see right there
well, the thing is, the ICC, they said that they were going to continue with the announcement of results by 3:30. So about now, you can see that picture in the frame. So all keeping an eye on that and getting set to get back there and get some announcements coming through. But, you know, at this point, all of these persons will defend their turf. So that is what is playing out now. But those are live images coming through from the National Coalition Center, where we understand a number of other states will be presenting their results today. Now, these results have been presented at the state coalition centers. They're just coming through here so that they just follow through with the process. So after which it will then get to be collated. And of course, according to the regulations, that is what media houses have got to abide by, such that only INEC, as we know, are the ones expected to follow through. So perhaps we should just cross over there for a minute, and then we'll be back. Welcome back to the 2023 verdict. It's our continuing coverage of the elections. We're keeping an eye on the National Coalition Center. So as soon as they are set for everybody, we will go right there. But in the meantime, we've got two gentlemen who join us here in the studios today. Dr. Chris Kwaja is of Watching the Vote, and then Sheikh Nuruddin Lemu, Yaga Africa Working Group. So both of them are here with us to just take us through some of the observations previously, perhaps with what's going on, and it could also be probably what to expect as a result of what we're seeing in Africa. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on today.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
Dr. Kwaja, let me start with you. Watching the vote, I guess these parties have been watching this vote and they're not happy with what they've seen so far. What say you on this?
Thank you very much. There are three sides to watching the vote. We have the political parties that have invested so much and all are struggling to ensure that victory is something that each of them appropriates. The second layer, civil society, the media, that are also working to ensure that the election is something that is conducted in a way that the outcome speaks to the reality of the people's mandate that they conferred on the candidates. And the third layer are the citizens themselves who are out there. They engage the candidates. On the day of voting, they were out in the sun or in the rain, and they voted for individuals or political parties of their choices. And today, they are all glued to their TV sets, social media, all trying to monitor how the results are coming out, the way they are coming out. And the expectation is that INEC should conduct an election that is credible, that is peaceful, that is free, that is fair, and an election that will signal an improvement from previous elections that we've witnessed since 1999.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a question when you say the political parties have invested so much. But let me take it to Mr. Lemu. Who's more invested, the political parties or the citizens?
Yes, so it's both. In that the political parties represent the citizens. And for many of the voters, they feel very aggrieved that their parties are not winning as expected, or have lost more than they expected. So there's a lot of emotional investment. There's a lot of financial investment, even by the federal government. But I think the expectation that it's going to be perfect would be naive. Nowhere is it perfect. The level of imperfection and how we manage political victory and loss, I think, is one where we need to just understand, however bad it is, it doesn't justify taking the law into your own hands. It doesn't justify killing or being killed.
I'm just wondering, when you say expecting it to be perfect, is it that they actually expect it to be perfect, or they just expected the transparent process? Because I imagine that many of them know that only one person can win, not 18 of them. So is it about that, or they look to the process, and if they don't see the process, they get aggrieved?
And I think that's the reality you're referring to. We don't have a perfect process, and everybody will see different levels of imperfection because nobody will say it's perfect. But when I believed from the very beginning that this candidate would win, but you also really believe that your candidate would win, and things are not happening in a way that is transparent enough to make me see where I was wrong in my beliefs, unfortunately, how I handle those expectations can be productive or unproductive to peace, to learning from the current elections and how we move forward.
Well, Dr. Kwaja, when you speak about watching the vote, I know that in different times when we had, before the elections, several of them came through, and all the politicians that we came across, all of them, not us, without exception to anyone, they all kept on saying, I am sure we will win. We will surprise you. They all say that, but we know that deep within them, they're just trying to psych themselves and not just put up a front and a face. So when watching the vote, how do you, I'm just trying to look at the mindset for you, because I imagine it will be a lot different from perhaps the players and the electorate themselves, because if they were watching, bearing at the back of their minds that, of course, we know that we're not going to win, I think the reaction might have been a little different in terms of the expectations, whichever way the pendulum swings. Does that make sense?
I think one of the biggest challenge we face with our elections in Nigeria is also this point about the relativism of perfectionism we're talking about, where perfectionism is defined on the basis of the success that the political party gets. And when you win, you hail the process, you believe that the process was perfect.
That's for who? For politicians?
Good, for politicians. Now, every politician you see have a supporter back to the citizens. So when you see politicians either hitting up the polity because we did not win, or celebrating the process because they won, behind them are Nigerians that are either supporting for those who won or not supporting for those who lose or believe that they are losing. And on that point, you have this mixed reaction to whether or not the process is perfect. But within the context of watching the vote, what we've been doing in Yaga is to say, are there benchmarks for perfectionism? Yes, there are benchmarks. The level of transparency in terms of how the security agencies operate with professionalism, the level of transparency in terms of the level of communication and engagement between INEC and the citizens, and how every process of the election is defined on the basis of the clarity and the meticulousness that comes with the preparation for that election. And where citizens begin to have doubt over that process, you will begin to see concerns and reactions that are negative. And one of the biggest concerns we've seen over time that led to the decision by INEC to say, okay, we need to digitalize, we need to invest in ICT in order to improve the quality and integrity of elections.
Yeah.
And we saw with the election in Ekiti, in Oshun, for instance, where some level of improvements were recorded, and Nigerians came with this, just invested in these elections with some level of confidence that, okay, if Oshun was able to give us this level of confidence, then the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections, as well as the governorship and House of Assembly elections, will also witness some level of improvements that Nigerians will say, yes, we have gotten to some level where the integrity of our elections should be and can be celebrated.
I don't know how all of those rank in your scale of preference in terms of which one should they do a lot better in that can cover up for the others. I don't know, but I'm just wondering, is it early days for us to ask in the scheme of things as they are all playing out now concerning how the elections are turning out, because it's still, the coalition and results are still being announced and that process is still going on. Is it early days to ask how it ranks within your own framework with all of those parameters you highlighted?
Yeah, I think for now it's a bit too early, but there are preliminary findings that we can see, so to speak, because we have other elections coming up. And what can we do to improve on the gubernatorial and the state House of Assembly elections that are coming up? And first is this whole issue of the beavers. The crisis we're dealing with today is rooted in the malfunctioning of the beavers. And when I say malfunctioning, I'm talking about the inability of INEC to live up to expectation in terms of the promise it made to Nigerians, and that Nigerians had this very strong optimism that the beavers will be used all through the process of the elections, and the lateness with which they saw the results coming up raised some of these questions.
You mean not posting it, not viewing it real time?
Yeah, on the IREF. Yeah, so it's one. And if we are to learn lessons from these and move forward to say, okay, what will the outlook be for the governorship and the House of Assembly elections? This is one key area of conversation that we need to have with INEC or INEC need to engage Nigerians on, because that level of clarity and transparency is very important. Because today, citizens are accusing INEC, not because INEC does not mean well for Nigerians, because when you see the chairman of INEC, when you see other national commissioners of INEC and the resident electoral commissioners speak, or from the engagement we had with them, you can see some level of efforts being put in to ensure that they deliver on elections that are credible. But these challenges were challenges that Nigerians did not receive adequate communication on, in terms of those concerns that they raised from yesterday down to this moment that we're having this conversation.
Mr. Lamo, if you could just weigh in a bit. We understand, you've seen that there have been reactions from different political parties, some for, some against, and even INEC has also reacted to the reactions from these different people. We've not really heard the reactions of the citizens. I mean, they reacted with their votes, and they're just patiently waiting. And we understand that our correspondent is where right now the vice presidential candidates of two political parties are about to brief the press and talk about this whole thing. But what do you think, this whole reactions, the circle that's going on now, what would be the outcome of all these reactions? Do you think INEC might budge? Or?
Difficult to say, but one thing I think is we all learn. We all learn. In the airline industry, just to move sideways, when there's a plane crash, everybody gets focused on looking for the black box. Nobody is quick to judge. Let's get the black box and let's get the information, not really for the sake of who to punish, but how to make sure the next plane doesn't crash for the same reason.
So what's the black box here?
I think the whole thing is a black box, and we are learning from this black box, from the pre-election and some of the delays and probably some level of overconfidence and just assumption that the IT will not disappoint. Scenarios they most likely looked into, but probably some that they didn't expect. It's all learning. To election day and what happened at the polls, how ready were they? And then the counting and how transparent. And there was corruption, there was violence. How did these start? It's this diagnosis that allows us to look at every election season as an opportunity to learn lessons so that moving forward, elections will come and go. It's not the end of life. It's not a day of judgment in that sense. It is just an event. It's important. But how do we make sure that our young democracy grows like the airline industry, such that every plane crash guarantees the next flight is a safer one, because the lessons were learned?
Let's see this. So if you look at the screen now, you see footage of the vice presidential candidates of the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party going in for a press conference. They are going to address the press, I guess, about the same thing everybody else is thinking about. And our correspondents are there, and hopefully we'll get to hear what they're saying real quick. They've not started yet. Again, that's footage from that point. But having heard some of them and what they're saying,
I understand that they've started.
Okay,
actually.
so let's just get there.
But we'll cross over much later, I believe, to get back to you on that one. But you know, if I could just piggyback on that black box principle, which you just highlighted moments ago, you know, for that scenario, I think that in that regard, when that happens and everybody goes to the black box, that isn't that because it is already established. Everybody knows what to do in that scenario. It's been choreographed, they've done it before, they've gone through the process, they see that that is always the process. As they promised, that's how it happens. But in this case, when it happens, and we talk about how do we make sure it doesn't happen again, shouldn't we, because many of the people who are aggrieved right now say they haven't gotten the kind of communication or seen that kind of leadership on the part of those who are supposed to do it, so that they know that we are all pulling in the same direction, which will then give everybody the reason to say, listen, they've given us that direction, we can all now wait and go for the black box. But at this point, they say there's a lot of confusion. They can't even agree on what the process established by the law. So that seems to be a slightly different from that black box scenario.
No, and I think that is a lesson we are learning. Had this debate happened a year earlier, what exactly does this clause mean? We probably would not be having it with emotions. We probably would, it'll still be emotional, but not with things at stake as they are now. This will come and go.
Yeah.
How it'll be settled, our hope is that a bad situation is not made worse, that as terrible as it may be, it doesn't become something worse than we are dealing with. And I think this is part of the big job of media personnel, to let the nation and educate the nation. You're the continuing education for everybody. People are glued on, and if anybody is going to learn political science and they are not in class, it's because you guys are helping pick out the lessons from the black box, but making sure that even after the elections, you actually, when things have calmed down a bit, let us actually have a more sane, less emotional discussion on this. So I think it is all part of the learning. It is difficult to learn when you are stressed, when you are angry, when you are frustrated, when you can't understand why somebody behaved in a particular way, and why after 4 years, it's not exactly all the same people. We experiment. The best democracies still start looking at, okay, how have disabled people been helped in this one? How can we be more transparent? How can we handle voter disappointment with anything, whether real or perceived?
But at the moment, sorry, pardon me, I'm just wondering, now, all of what you said, many would have said, okay, if we had concluded the process, yes, we can sit back and look through and say, okay, look, how do we correct all of this? But when it's in the middle, we're still looking at it, and they expect certain persons to take certain decisions, and it's not happening for them. How do you then manage that? Because right now, look at all of them. They're having press conferences, and their supporters are all just waiting. Nobody knows what one might say here, and then they react in certain ways. So isn't that going to be, managing that situation will be different from when it's over and done with, don't you think?
I think, there's a very clear difference between a leader and a follower. And how people handle their followers in time of crisis tells you the kind of leader they are. There's a kind of leader who behaves like a flag. The flag doesn't determine the direction of the wind. And you have those leaders who want to look at, what are my people wanting me to do, whether right or wrong, and they go in line with that. But there's a kind of leader who sees the people are getting worked up. This is going to turn out bad. True leadership is to redirect. The leader should not be a follower. The leader should be one who redirects his followers to what is most productive. We have to remember at the end of the day, what's most important in the whole of this election is our Nigeria. Is peace and justice must reign. We keep repeating that like a prayer and a mantra every day in one school or the other. This is the time when we need to see that in the actions of the various leaders. And I think, to me, it shows us the kind of people who we actually have.
So for the political parties right now, if you ask them, I'm sure the chances are very high that they'll be talking about justice. And they will talk about how maybe there will be no peace without justice. As Chamberlain did highlight that, all of this learning, which you've been talking about, there seems to be, something that we have to do even while the process is going on. And it looks like, we're keeping an eye on the National Collation Center. But in the meantime, there is so much that is happening, which has the potential to take away from the National Collation Center and what is happening at the National Collation Center. Yeah. Do you fear, because some of the reactions that we've seen a press conference by the Labour Party, the PDP, and ADC. We're watching, also monitoring another joint press conference about to be given by the vice presidential candidate of both the Labour Party and the PDP. What import do you think this could have for what is actually happening at the National Collation Center?
I think where we are now, the integrity and credibility of INEC is on trial. And it's on trial in the eyes of the international community, Nigerians, and the political parties themselves. Because when you engage the political parties and their candidates, they believe they've invested so much, even more than their followers. Because for them, time, resources, many of them got into loans and mortgaged many things just to get to that level. And I think at this very critical point, we need strong voices that are able to bring people together, both from the religious, the political, and other key levels. We also need INEC to do more in terms of engaging the political parties. We saw that at the National Coalition Center, the kind of conversation going on between the returning officers of the political parties and the leadership of INEC. And for some of them, they are saying, hey, we are a bit worried about the process, and we need you to really look at where we are with the view of also taking certain steps. And I think for me, at this very critical stage, INEC should engage these political parties, because there will always be a common ground. The black box hypothesis he talked about. What is the issue? People are not worried over coming out to vote. They are not worried over the counting of votes, but the concern is about the transmission of this vote. So at least we have a sense of
Is that the condition precedent before we go for the black box?
Yeah. So all these are areas that people have also looked at to say, okay, we voted because between 8 a.m. to 12 noon, everywhere was calm. For all the political parties and their candidates who voted, they were confident that we trust the process at that point. It was when the transmission became a problem that we began to see the kind of reactions that we are having. And I think for me, as the vice presidential candidates read their speech or engage the media, yet we don't know what they will say.
Yeah.
But I think what they say will be very important, either in helping us move forward or drawing the country back. And by drawing the country back, it means derailing whatever investment as a country we've made on our democracy. And I think for me, this is where we are right now.
You spoke of strong voices coming up to speak. And for a number of people, there were questions as to whether we still have enough voices considered neutral enough to be able to, carry the weight that they will need to carry. Because yesterday we saw former President Olusegun Obasanjo addressing the press and, talking about how he's constrained to speak, asking that, the president intervene in the matter. But, partisan voices have said, look, former president, you're not neutral in this matter. You have a candidate. So I'm just wondering, do you think that we have sufficient voices left to be able to say they are coming up to speak, who will be considered neutral in this particular,
I think for peace, we don't need neutral voices. Neutral voices would be ideal, but what we want is even a biased voice to calm his own people down. And so even if you're not neutral and you've got your people around you, so long as you can agree that making things worse is not better for any of us, that's really what we need. And it is usually when it gets dark that the stars start to shine more brighter. It is when it gets dark that we appreciate light. It is when we are in this kind of difficult situation, at the cusp probably of violence, we pray it never gets to that. But we've already seen it in some places. In other words, things are getting warmer and hotter. This is when we need every level of leadership, from religious, from teachers, from parents, from the matriarch or patriarch of a family, the traditional leader, and within the political system also, just as we would want the various candidates and their deputies, assistants, the next in line, the whole chain has to sing a similar, even if not an identical song, but the understanding that we shouldn't fight over this. It is not in our best interest, and it doesn't show leadership if you just succumb to emotions that make things worse. It says a lot more about you actually than the situation.
It is a very dicey situation that we found ourselves. And to think that we still have elections coming up in another 2 weeks or so, the questions as to how that is going to be conducted and what will happen, ahead of that. Because a number of people already thought that, okay, with what has happened at the presidential level, perhaps there will be a fair chance in terms of predicting the fair trade wins and what will happen in the governorship elections. But with all that we are seeing, there are now big questions as to whether politicians who are currently aggrieved in this process will allow that, elections hold on the 11th of March. What are your thoughts on this?
My hypothesis is that for many politicians that are aggrieved with what has just happened, they will take advantage of the situation and make the forthcoming gubernatorial and House of Assembly elections more difficult. And that means we need to watch out for some level of violence that we'll see within and across political parties, because one of the biggest lessons we've learned from this election is that the issue of anti-party activity is something that you can't really tell. We've seen how people voted against candidates of their parties or against candidates of the other parties. And some are waiting to take their pound of flesh with the governorship election that is coming. More so that we have these unresolved issues that will now make the situation messier. And that is why it is important for us to really deal with the issues we have now, so that when we get to the elections that are coming up very soon, we will not be carrying these baggages of hate, baggages of mistrust or distrust, or baggages of uncertainty around whether the election itself will be credible or not credible.
Do we have anything on the order? I do know that before now, the order of elections has also been something that has been a bone of contention. People have said, oh, why should we always do the presidential elections first? It always has a sweeping effect on what happens on the governorship elections. Sometimes it makes the governorship elections even more hard-fought than it ought to, because at that point, it looks like that's the only thing that politicians at the local level can now then hold on to. But I am just wondering, do you have anything on, maybe we learn any lessons in terms of reversing the process? Do you think that if the governorship, for instance, were settled, would it have a calming effect of some sort on the presidential elections, which are always so hard fought?
I think the order of elections speaks more to the politics of it than even the legal of it, because there is no rule that says this must come before that. It is within the prerogative of INEC to decide which one comes first. But for many political parties and their candidates and even watchers of Nigerian politics, they believe that sometimes this order is negotiated, or people put pressure on INEC, not just now, from 1999, to say we want this election to take place. Because when you have the presidential election taking place before the gubernatorial, the bandwagon effect it will have on the polity help even candidates that ordinarily might not win an election to win. We saw that with the Buhari effect from 2015, 2019. Now that Buhari is not contesting in 2023, we've seen the outcome of this election and how, to the intent all Nigerians, people decided, okay, we don't have any stake with the president. Now we can vote for whoever we want to vote for. Certainly, there will be a bandwagon effect for this election. And I think part of what we are seeing, the heightening tension that we are seeing in the polity today, is that whoever emerges as president-elect, his election will bring a bandwagon effect on the gubernatorial and the House of Assembly elections.
Mr. Lemon, for one who interacts with the people practically on a weekly or daily basis, as the case may be. What do you think the expectations of the citizenry is as regards this order of elections? I mean, the governor is closer to the people than the president. And in terms of our desire for democracy, which do you think would have worked out better for the people?
Difficult to say. And I think it's anything that creates a bandwagon effect is probably not what's best. The more independent decisions are made, the better. That the choice of a people is because of what they think is best for them, as opposed to what's happening elsewhere that's not directly influencing that. However, having said that, I don't want to speak as if I'm a political scientist. There must be some science. There must be some lessons learned from other nations, those who have been with democracy much longer, to determine what's the best order to ensure, because whichever one you do, there's always going to be an advantage or disadvantage. Unfortunately, that's not my area of competence, but I think having raised it and the point he made about the bandwagon effect and this cascade of how success on one influences the other, I think that is not positive. There may be other positives, but that will be outside my expertise.
All right. Well, I think now we do have excerpts of that press conference, which we spoke about earlier, for the PDP's presidential candidates and vice presidential candidates about the ongoing process. We know that the joint press conference called for a particular thing. This was when they were coming into that press conference. So now I think we can bring you comments from, incidentally, that is Labour Party and that is the PDP. Together now. They were opponents a moment ago. On the ballot, they're still opponents because the results are still being counted. So let's listen to what they had to say.
And everybody was very excited about the Electoral Act. And I'm also happy to say that the chairman of INEC was also very excited about the Electoral Act, because we know that at a point in time, during the debate, we were unlikely to have the Electoral Act and to have it into law. But eventually, the bill was passed and it was assented to. And we thank President Muhammad Buhari for that. And it's very clear, you cannot beat the law. So when you're talking about how do we go, for me, a lot of calls can be made. But truly at this point in time, it's clearly stated in that Electoral Act what must be done, and shall is mandatory. All election results must be transmitted at the polling unit level. And that is the basis, is those results from the over 176,000 units that we can use through the process of collation. So if you have not transmitted those results, it means that you have actually not conducted the election under the very law that we all applauded. So the right thing to do is for the INEC chairman to truly go forth and cancel the elections.
I hereby adopt the submission of my brother, Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, Vice Presidential Candidate of the PDP. Having said this, our national chairman have spoken. Before then, our agents had done their bit. They made us proud by holding INEC chairman to a promise that the results will be reviewed, but sadly, after declaration of results. And they also walked out in protest, were in order with their actions. I would like to say that after some time tomorrow, we should expect another more elaborate press briefing by our respective principals
who are very much in touch with us and on the same page with us regarding this press briefing. Fellow Nigerians, let me draw our attention to some fundamental definitions. Democracy does not merely mean that you have 3 arms of government. That is not democracy. The executive must be truly elected. If the government is not truly, genuinely elected, you do have a constitutional problem. Now, we are witnessing the fact that the next government is going to be built on outright illegality. This illegality has been so eloquently presented by my brother Governor Okowa. The sections have been clearly spelled out. Attention of the whole world has been drawn to this. What INEC has accelerated itself to doing is to put itself in a trance to promote illegality and thereafter call for the courts to resolve the illegality that they have worked on. Nowhere in the world where there is respect for rule of law do people easily and hurriedly tell others.
So there you go. That is the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, that's Ibaba Ahmed, and that of the PDP, Okawa, who is the governor of Delta State as well. Well, Sheikh, let me ask you, in this scenario, how does this principle apply then, the black box? Because now they're saying this is not right on the part of INEC.
I think at the end of it, look, if you look at it from what I would call a layman's perspective, if there's a difference of opinion in the interpretation of a verse in scripture, you would ask the religious scholar. If there's a difference of opinion in the interpretation of the law, you would ask somebody who drafted that law. What did you mean? And why? So to make it open that anybody can interpret it, unfortunately, leaves it to what's an interpretation that suits my understanding. Having said that, I think the more we can get independent experts who can say, yes, the following statements in our laws and acts, etc., could mean this, but this is what we intended it to mean. And I think if there was enough trust, it would have been easier.
Well, let me bring this back to you again. If there is a law, as you put it, for a particular organization or an institute, and the institution looks at that law and drafts a guideline to operate that law, why would there be a question raised around that law when the institute that's supposed to operate that law is already given a guideline for it?
I don't know, to be honest. Having said that,
yes,
constitutional lawyers are not jobless people because a constitution has been drafted. They will always come and look for what is the spirit of the law in this context. And because it's not my area, I know enough about jurisprudence to say that. But regarding going into the technicalities, I think I would be more confident just personally if somebody who comes from that background was talking about it.
Let me ask you, Dr. Paja, that there is the Electoral Act and there is an INEC guideline, which INEC drew from the Electoral Act. But even INEC was accused, I mean, we heard it there, of going contrary to its own guidelines and the Electoral Act.
Okay, I'm not sure Dr. Kwaja can speak about
come
it.
back to this.
No, I can.
Yeah, pardon me. It's because the National Equalization Center is starting.
Oh, okay.
So after which we'll come back to this. We'll have a long time, by the way. Don't worry. Let's go to this. Just together.
INEC, Honorable National Commissioners, Secretary to the Commission, Chairmen of political parties are present, agents of political parties, Director General of Government of Nigeria, Commissioners of Code of Conduct Bureau present, representatives of the European Union, members of the diplomatic corps, gentlemen of the press, representatives of development partners here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Chairman of INEC and National Commissioners, I welcome you to today's collation of results. Honorable Chairman, sir, at this point, you may kindly make a few remarks and continue to collate the presidential election results. Honorable Chairman, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the resumption of collation and wish to apologize for the late commencement, but it's for a reason. A lot of the results have come in from the states. Confident that we'll make tremendous progress. We have, by my record here, 17 states ready. And so we'll move speedily today. And we're also expecting, in effect, all the other state collation officers for the presidential election, along with their resident electoral commissioners, to arrive Abuja any moment from now. Before we commence, I can see a hand. Okay, someone wants to speak. Yeah, okay, please make it brief so that we focus on the order of the day. Please introduce yourself and make your brief intervention.
My name is Engineer Yabagi Yusuf Sani. I am the National Chairman of Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, Nigeria. I'm also the National Chairman of my party, Action Democratic Party. Mr. Chairman, INEC, I'm here with most of the members of the council, meaning the 18 registered political parties in Nigeria. We're here to express our delight that this process is continuing. This is because when democracy fails, political parties are the first casualties, and the biggest losers are the politicians. Democracy is about the people of this country, and we believe that elections are one of the fundamental pillars, if not the fundamental pillar of democracy. So the mere fact that we held this election and under the circumstances that we held the election, I think we need to congratulate the people of this country. We are not unmindful of the challenges. We are also not happy that the commission and indeed the political parties experienced some of the unexpected developments, which from our investigation were largely due to some technical problems that is normally associated with anything that is human-made. We believe that we are at a crossroad in this country today. But Nigeria, and indeed Nigerians, are highly resilient, people. And democracy is a journey. And the journey so far, I think we have to congratulate ourselves because Nigeria matters in the scheme of things globally. We are the pride of the black race. And we should be able to summon the courage and determination to ensure that we conclude this very, very important process. It isn't that we are happy. It isn't that we do not understand the pains our people are going through. But democracy, like the saying goes, they say the show must go on. Not because we just want to have this as a show, no, but because it is one of the building blocks. And this country is a promise of greatness. And Mr. Chairman, my members are here to encourage you to go ahead and ensure that the process is concluded and concluded well, so that some of our members who may have issues can now do what the process already has made provisions for, which is to seek redress. So we want to say that because of this country and because this movement matters in this country, of course, without prejudice for whatever position some of our members must have taken, we want to be on the side of the history that this process is concluded and Nigeria becomes greater. So we want to thank you very much. I want to assure the people of this country that as political parties, we are on the same page with them, but we must conclude this process so that we can take it after the end of this process and do whatever the law says we can do. Mr. Chairman, that is the position of IPAC. That is the Inter-Party Advisory Council that we want you to continue and conclude this process. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Dan Wanyang, MNI, OFR. I am the national chairman of Zenith Labour Party. I am also the presidential candidate of the party. I just flew in this morning from home where I voted. I want to add to what our chairman said. We are looking at our country. We are looking at Nigeria. We have passed through many elections. And there is nowhere in the world where you don't have problems during elections. Let me refer to the last one in the United States. There were problems, big one, but the country moved on. Without prejudice, as he has said, to whatever problems we have seen in the process. We don't want to pull down this roof. We should not pull down Nigeria because of these problems. Nigeria must exist first before we become whatever we want to become. And the